Councilmember Berman? Here. Councilmember Burt? Councilmember Holman? Here. Councilmember Klein? Vice Mayor Niss? Here. Councilmember Price? Councilmember Scharf? Here. We have 5 present. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Schmidt and Mayor Shepherd. We still have 5 present.
5 present and accounted for.
Thank you. Yes, I am present. And the first item on the agenda is agenda changes and deletions, additions and deletions, and we will be switching out a couple of things on the action items. So item number 12 will be taken up along with item number 9, and that was emailed out to colleagues today. So that will be taken as one item. And I believe that that is it. And we can go right into city manager comments.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Guess not. Maybe I'll come back to that at the end. All right, I have a number of items to report. Start at the back end and go forward. First of all, the Newell Road Bridge project meeting will be taking place this Thursday, February 27th. It's being co-hosted by Palo Alto and the City of East Palo Alto, inviting residents to attend this meeting about the project to replace the Newell Road Bridge. It will be held here in Palo Alto City Council chambers at 7 p.m. At this meeting, our staff will, and project staff from the JPA will describe the results and findings of an alternatives analysis and traffic study that was used as a set of screening criteria to identify feasible bridge replacement alternatives for the project. So the meeting will provide an opportunity for members of the public to provide comments and ask questions about the analysis and its findings. And it's ultimately our goal to reduce the number of alternatives to potentially be studied in the EIR from 8 down to to the right number. A community meeting on the Magical Bridge Playground, which will review the proposed design for the Magical Bridge Playground in Mitchell Park, will be held this Saturday, March 1st, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 in room H1 at the Cubberley Community Center. The Magical Bridge Playground is designed to be universally accessible and will be located at Mitchell Park, and community members are encouraged to attend and to provide their input. The Ronald McDonald House at Stanford is set to begin site preparation on the property located adjacent to the existing house at 520 Sand Hill Road. This pre-construction phase marks the beginning of the expansion project, which was unanimously approved by City Council last year. The initial site preparation activities will include clearing and grading of the construction site, as well as the implementation of a tree removal and protection plan developed during the approval process. The tree removal will be a noticeable, visible change to the property, and it may generate public interest. So we wanted to be sure that you and the public were aware that it is about to begin. The Ronald McDonald House has also posted signs on each of the trees to be removed and is sending notices to Menlo Park and Palo Alto properties in the vicinity of the project. Significant effort has been made to protect trees that do not need to be removed and to transplant affected trees where possible. Of the 91 trees on site, 14 trees will be transplanted and 16 trees will be retained and protected in place. The remaining 61 trees, mostly eucalyptus, will be removed as part of the project. The footprint of the new building was designed to protect the grand historic oak that sits between the existing house and the expansion property. Transplanted trees will be used to improve visual screening from the roadway and the rear of the property. Following the site preparation, the construction phase is slated to begin mid-year and will last between 15 and 18 months, with completion expected by late 2015. If folks want additional information, please feel free to contact the project planner, Russ Reich, or check out project updates at www.hopeisgrowingcampaign.org. All one word, hopeisgrowingcampaign.org. You might have seen information in the media, as both Google and media reports identified a breaking story where Google has approached 34 cities in 9 regions across the United States to explore whether or not these cities could be candidates for Google's ultra-high-speed internet services that, as you know, are currently being deployed in Kansas City, Austin, Texas, and Provo, Utah. Among the cities approached is Palo Alto, and other cities in our local area include San Jose, Santa Clara, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale. Google will use their resources to evaluate each of the 34 cities to determine if they are viable options for Google Fiber. The evaluation includes criteria such as infrastructure, for example, the availability of pole space for more cable, and the efficiency of the permitting process. In our meeting with Google before this announcement, they made it clear that there would be no promise that they would bring Google Fiber to any of these cities. However, there's value in this process, we think, and the evaluation will be complete by May 1st, and further steps may unfold after that and will be informed by Google. We'll be working with them, though, to provide information as requested to assist with their evaluation. The City Council, as you well know, directed work on both fiber to the premise and wireless as a city initiative as part of our technology and the connected city priority. And at this time, we don't see any conflict at all between the two efforts, both in our ability to support them and the potential result. The result would be the same. We want to see 1 gigabit or higher internet connectivity available as an option in our community. In addition, I did want to announce that the Community Advisory Committee is now in place and is having their first meeting tomorrow. In January, the Children's Theater produced its inaugural edition of a Children's Theater newsletter created for kids by kids, with 6 contributing youth, writers, and editors aged 8 to 15. The Children's Theater experienced record attendance numbers in January and February, as over 4,000 community members attended performances of The Cat in the Hat. Former Mayor Scharf attended 3 or 4 of those, I was heard. And nearly 400 attendees at the February Playhouse performances for 3 to 6-year-olds and their parents. Art in the Olympics, a winning combination. Artist Judith Brown, who is featured in the Palo Alto Art Center's current Pencils Down exhibition, also designed a snowboard for Burton that was used by Kelly Clark in her bronze medal performance. 2 more items. The Palo Alto Apps Challenge. I know Gennady will write this down. This is the final week for anyone interested in submitting their ideas to the Palo Alto Apps Challenge. The Apps Challenge is a follow-up to last year's highly successful City Camp Civic Innovation event. And while City Camp focused on inspiring innovation and idea generation, the Apps Challenge focuses on building innovation. Everyone's encouraged to enter, from school kids to teenagers, from startups to retirees. The call for entries has been running for a number of weeks and finally wraps up at midnight on Friday. Everyone is encouraged to enter their ideas. This is important. While being able to code an app is an advantage, it's not a requirement. The challenge team will help find ways to have the finalist ideas turned into a prototype app. So everyone can enter their ideas at www.hackpalo.com. hackpaloalto.org. That's hackpaloalto.org. And then I was looking for the prize, but it has not arrived. So anyway, I'll do this without the memento to present to the mayor. The Solar Power Generation Industry Awards recognizes excellence in the U.S. solar industry. Awards for the industry chosen by the industry. The third annual Solar Power Generation Awards have become an annual fixture recognizing achievements across U.S. solar markets. The winners were announced at the SPG, or Solar Power Generation Award Ceremony in February in San Diego. City of Palo Alto won for Best Collaboration for streamlining the residential and commercial solar array approval process here. The department implemented a series of streamlining initiatives, program improvements, fee reductions, and online documentation to expedite and simplify the entire PV review and inspection process. Dramatic improvements have been seen. I think the council's been very well aware of over the past few years the almost infamous reputation we developed for having applied the Palo Alto process with gusto to PV installation. Well, that has changed. The average number of days to permit issuance went down from 122 days in 2012 down to 3 by the end of 2013. The average number of days to complete the inspection process went from 209 days in 2012 and cut down to 140 in 2013. And as a result of these improvements, the number of solar applications received by the city last year increased by 67%. So congratulations to the staff on continuing improvement in the solar area. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is council member questions, comments, and announcements, if there are any from colleagues.
I should probably mention the airport.
Okay. Vice Mayor Liz Ness.
Yes, many of you know I've served on the Bay Area Air Quality Management District for a long period of time. And in February, I was again selected to continue for 2 more years by the city selection committee. So that appointment will end, if I'm reading it correctly, in February of 2016. Sounds like a long way away, doesn't it? Anyhow, thank you, and thanks to Greg, who was there and supported me.
Thank you. Any other colleagues? All right, let's move on. We have oral communication. At this point, I have no cards for oral communication. This is when the public can speak on any item that is not on the council's agenda tonight. So we'll move to the minutes approval. Can I have a motion to accept the minutes?
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Price, seconded by Vice Mayor Niss. Let's vote on the board. Things are not lighting up. And that motion carries with Councilmember Burt absent. The next item is the consent calendar. I have a Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. I noticed that we have a really full agenda tonight, and we have a colleagues memo from 4 colleagues. I'd like to move that we add item number 11 to the consent calendar.
Which one is item number 11?
Item number 11 is the colleagues memo.
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Scharf to take item number 11 and put it on the consent calendar, seconded by Councilmember Price. All those in favor, please vote on the board. And that motion carries with Councilmember Burt absent and Vice Mayor Liz Niss and Councilmember Schmid voting no. Councilmember Holman.
As a no, can I explain why?
Oh, after we vote on consent calendar, we have 3 minutes to explain why.
Yes, you haven't called the consent calendar yet. This was.
Yes, I'm calling the consent calendar now.
Okay, I want to be registering a no vote on number 8.
Okay, I'm going to be asking to remove item, what number am I on for California Avenue?
Cal as number 2.
Number 2, okay, thank you. I'd like to remove item number 2, California Avenue. Liz?
Oh, third.
Okay, that's been, so the California Avenue item number 2 has been removed. Consent will be moved to action, and we will try to take this up right after the consent calendar. So that will be moved to item number 8A. That's not on consent. Since item number 11 has been moved to consent, we do have one speaker on this topic. And they will have 3 minutes to speak. That would be, our speaker is Chop Keenan. All right. In that case, we are moving the consent calendar for items number 1 through 8 and not item number 2.
And number 11.
And item number 11. I have a motion to pass the consent calendar?
So
To
moved.
approve it? Okay, Councilmember Scharf has voted to move the consent calendar, seconded by Councilmember Price. And all those in favor, please vote. You vote yes, and then I will give you 3 minutes to speak to your no vote. All right, and the consent calendar passes unanimously with Councilmember Burt absent, and we have two members voting no, 3 members voting no. Let's move with, I'm sorry, Councilmember Holman, which number did you pull?
Number 8.
Number 8, why don't we let you speak first, and this is 3 timed minutes.
So I certainly, and without question, support the hiring of a lobbyist to help us with our efforts at the state level. There are many, many areas that we need this support, whether it comes to the focus of housing mandates or density bonus law, CEQA change, any number of things that we really do need to have that lobbyist presence there. My concern about this is that the council as a whole, or as a committee of the council, has not participated in the selection process. And I think discussion and vetting of candidates would have been most appropriate at the council. And beyond that, there was not a discussion by the council even of how the process would take place. So I think it would have been best if that process had come forward, the council had decided whether this was the appropriate process or not.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmid, would you like to speak to your no vote on 11? Councilmember Scharf, would you like to speak item number 11?
I'm sorry. I voted on moving the agenda, but I will support it on the consent calendar.
All right, then Councilmember Niss, I'm not sure you get to speak to your no vote on item number 11, because I think Councilmember Schmid is correct in that you voted no to put it on consent, but not no when we were passing the consent calendar. But I will go ahead and let you have 3 minutes to speak to it if you would like. Okay, Councilmember Niss.
Okay. I am sorry this didn't stay on the regular calendar for a variety of reasons. I don't think this has enough detail in it yet. While I don't object to a registry, I do think that there are possibilities to look at inequities in the way businesses in our community are actually paying anything into either a registry or into a license. You looked at this, or the council looked at this, I think in 2007, and there is a very good analysis of it that remains from that period of time. But this, to me, was somewhat vague because it indicates that the fees will be limited to cost recovery. And perhaps the rest of you can guess what cost recovery might be. I don't know what that will be. As far as having a registry, it also talks about small businesses, but doesn't give what a very small business is. As you recall, that when the business license tax went out, it failed. And among other things, I recall that the not attractive comment had to do with lemonade stands and whether or not they would have to be registered. So clearly this is going to go through, but I would suggest that it be thought out far more effectively than it's been thought out in this particular memo, and that much more detailed information be collected. For example, when you get to the research park, I think we should look at how the research park supports our community and the businesses there support our community versus the businesses that are in the downtown area. And while that may sound somewhat vague, those of you who are sitting here certainly know precisely what I'm referring to. So this will go through, but I would suggest that this be watched carefully and decide who is going to implement it. Let us know what the cost will really be and what we gain from doing this. Thanks.
Thank you. Since we're not supposed to take up item number 9 until 6:50, that gives us a little under a half an hour to pick up the item that we pulled from the consent calendar, which is California Avenue Streetscape, which is item number 2. And I have one question, and then I'm ready to make a motion to pass it. So, City Manager, would you like to speak to this?
Well, Madam Mayor, with the council's indulgence, if I could just have a couple of quick minutes on the consent calendar. I did want to respond to one of the comments, and then we did have our representative of the state lobbyist here, and I just thought if you wanted a minute or two, just at least let him stand at the microphone so you know who he is. That would be good. But I did want to share with the council that we did take to the council in August of 2013 the state lobbyist RFP. We included the kinds of criteria, the project scope that was attached. It was approved by the council. We did indicate that we would be returning to the Policy and Services Committee for a final scope, which is one of the next steps that we would do with this particular lobbyist, would be to come forward to Policy and Services and work through some of the details about the priorities in the scope, and then bring that to the council for your schedule. So with just your indulgence, if I could have Richard just introduce our representative very quickly.
Yes, please come up.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Nicolo DeLuca. I'm a director at Townsend Public Affairs, and we want to thank you for your support. We're very eager to work with the City of Palo Alto. A little bit about us. We've been around since 1998. The founder of our firm is Christopher Townsend, and our specialty is in representing municipalities and local government, and our specialty with that is securing public funding for priority projects. So we're a full-scale advocacy firm. We help write legislation. We help get you through the legislative process. We work with the administration and members of the legislature, but we also have a focus in helping you identify funding, apply for funding, and secure funding for priority projects, whether it's for parks, whether it's for streetscapes, many different topics. So we're very, very excited to be working with you all. I'm here for any questions. I split time between our office in Sacramento and our office in Oakland. We also have an office in Southern California. We also have an office in Washington, D.C. as we do federal work. Like I said, we've been around since 1998. Our focus is on local government. We're a bipartisan firm. We've secured nearly $800 million in capital projects, and we've had over dozens and dozens of bills signed into law, and we're very excited to be working with you all. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it's in order to take questions. Is that something we're allowed to do for a consent item?
I think the city attorney's getting squeamish.
Yes. Okay. So we are going to carry on, and we look forward to good advocacy work, and Policy and Services will be taking that up. So now at that time, I'd like to bring up my question that I had on California Avenue, which partially has been answered by the engineer's estimate that came forward, but also I wanted to go ahead and see if I can get somebody to second a motion to approve the item number 2, which is the California Avenue Streetscape, with a 10% contingency and not a 15% contingency. And I have a second from Vice Mayor Niss. And I wanted to just speak to this item. It correlates to the contingency that we had in our engineer's estimate for 10%. And we also have an increase over the engineer's estimate, 1.1 million, which will be reduced slightly by this as well. And I know the city manager had some comments on this, but in my speaking to this, I think that we can always come back to council if we end up needing to have more contingency on this. Would Vice Mayor Niss like to speak to her second?
If I'm understanding the mayor correctly, your concern had to do with the amount of the contingency. And,
Yes.
And I think a contingency that's over 10% is far more than I'm comfortable with. And I realize that there were a number of other arguments, good arguments that could be made for that. But I would far rather that we kept the contingency number down now and have whomever is going to do the contracting, whether it's this company or another company, return to us when it's necessary and let us look at the issue again and decide where the issues are. I'm particularly concerned about this, knowing that Mitchell Park is on the minds of everybody in our community, and they're wondering what happened. So I think it is up to us, those of us who sit here and spend your money, the taxpayers' money, to be sure that we hold a contingency to what I think is a reasonable amount, which is 10%.
Thank you. I see no more speakers on this, so I'm going to call for the vote. Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Klein.
I agree with the statements made by the mayor and vice mayor, but I also know that one of the other things that we wanted to see was the engineer's estimate versus the construction bid. And I'm really struck by two items that are wildly divergent, and I'd like to hear what staff has to say about that. The two items that are wildly divergent are the category of general, where the engineer's estimate is $190,000 and the successful bidder is $952,000, and on the fountain, where the engineer's estimate was $70,000 and the contractors is $647,000. And I guess I should have included also the last one, water line replacement, where the difference is $400,000 to $1,200,000 rounded. Those seem to me to be sort of outside the usual boundaries of differences between our engineer's estimate and a bidder's.
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. My name is Jaime Rodriguez. I'm the Chief Transportation Official for the City of Palo Alto. And so if I may, I'd like to answer your question. First, thank you very much. And we actually had very similar concerns when the bids first came in, given the fact that there was such a large discrepancy within the bids received against the original engineer's estimate. First, there was just a general trend within the industry in that a lot of projects were coming in higher compared to engineer's estimates because of the fact that the bid climate has really changed from when this project was started, first 3 years ago, and even from when we finalized the engineer's estimate earlier in the fall last year. And so that's definitely one of the areas where there was discrepancy. Specifically on the water line project, why that came in so high, we felt was because it's really trying to take two different types of projects, combine them into one. So that water line project is really a focused, specialized type of work for underground utility contractors, being led by a prime that does predominantly asphalt and kind of sidewalk, streetscape type of work. And so that is being subbed out to someone to do that focused type of work. So that in general will result in an increase of cost of the project. And the remaining areas like the general and then the fountain, we had that conversation with the contractor and we asked them why they were so high in comparison to the other bids. And what they basically told us was they were waiting for a lot of the bids to come in from their subs towards the end of the bid phase of the project, and they really had those two buckets left where they could put any types of discrepancies that were coming in from their subs versus their original estimate. They kind of just dumped them in there, and that's why those two areas came in so high. So those are the answers that we got from the contractor.
Can I just add one other piece of this? I mean, my understanding, I was looking to see if we had anybody from utilities here, is a water line replacement isn't just obviously a trunk line, but it actually has interconnects to all of the businesses and lines and the laterals in the area. So both the potential for a lot of old laterals and work underneath the sidewalks and where we're going to be doing this sort of thing made this a more complicated project.
I'm more concerned now than ever when you say that they were just dropping things into these categories, particularly the general category of almost a, $750,000 differential. So I have to ask you, are we really satisfied that this is fair and appropriate for the city? If they just drop a number in there and are we okay with the idea that they may end up making a pretty big profit in that category?
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. Again, we had that similar conversation when the bids came in, and one of the things that we had to do, we really had to take a step back and not look at really the individual categories themselves, and really focus on the sum of the total project. And so when you're looking at the individual lines and comparing them to the other bids, some are lower and some are higher. But at the end of the day, the total low bid for the Redgwick bid, in this case, the responsive low bidder, was lower than the other estimates that came in. And so we've had that conversation with the Redgwick regarding why is this item so high, and do we need to, during construction, potentially lower that specific item down and move it towards another item. And that typically will happen during construction, where a contractor may ask us, hey, this item was way too high, and we'd like to take $50,000 and move it to another item that maybe was low, and things begin to balance out as construction progresses. So that may be one thing that will likely happen with the California Avenue Streetscape project.
Okay, well, it just reinforces the motion made by, my support of the motion made by the mayor that contingency is probably less appropriate here than it might be in several other contracts that we have.
Thank you. Councilmember Klein, I do notice that on page 5 of the report, there is the water line improvements of $1.3 million. And so this is what I think was part of the category that had some newness to it. And I just, before we go to vote, I just wanted to call out the fact that this is new. The water main repair is new, so there will be a little more drama going on the streets of California Avenue. Is this, just while we're doing this, since we have a few minutes, can you just explain how much longer this will take? And the reason why we're doing this is, and I know it's in the report, it's two years from now we would have to dig it all back up again and replace the water main. So we are doing both of these things at one time, which is what I know our constituents have asked us. Why are we not doing all of this stuff at one time instead of doing one thing and then digging up and then doing another thing? So do you want to speak to that at all? Or?
Thank you, Mayor Shepard. Yes, what we started experiencing was failures in this existing water line over the last year, and that's why our utilities department came to us and asked us to try and include that replacement as part of the project, so that we would never have to be in that situation where after the project is completed, within a couple of years, that street would have to get dug up again, which would really change the overall look and feel of the street immediately after any type of repair would take place. And so, we did go ahead and add that element to the project, but again, it is a different type of work than what was originally designed, and so that is likely one of the areas where we're seeing discrepancy in the original engineer's estimate, because again, that's being subbed out to a different contractor. And we did ask the contractor to make sure that be the first item of work as well, because it is longitudinal, it's just down the corridor, but while it's happening, there will be opportunities to coordinate lateral connections and repairs with the sidewalk along the street. So that will happen as part of the construction.
Okay, thank you. I have two more lights, Councilmember Holman and then Price.
Yes, appreciate the questions that Councilmember Klein was asking in particular. And something that you said, Jaime, made me question whether the project has been value engineered or not, because as I was understanding, like there might be some changes during construction. Has it been value engineered prior to construction?
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. Yes, we did. When we were at the 95% bid stage, we did have an independent consultant from the original designer look at the design and the specifications and look at opportunities to try and save money on the project. And some of the recommendations we did implement, and others we did not, for wanting to be consistent with commitments made to the community during the community outreach process. And so the water line specifically was an area where, again, we knew that there would be a potential for an increase in bids because of the different types of work and discrepancy. But in this case, we had to include it in the project so that we would avoid a delay to the overall construction of this project, and to try and get the project implemented before the end of the calendar year.
Councilmember Price?
Yes, thank you. So for large capital projects or significant ones that come before us in the future, this issue of the bidding climate, the methodology that's used for engineers' estimates, what is the staff doing to modify the methodology or to really address this issue, because we're having the same issue at the Valley Transportation Authority. But what is the process that you're going to use in recognition of kind of a changing environment right now?
Thank you, Councilmember Price. I'll try and answer that question on behalf of our Public Works Director, just because that's really more their forte. But what we are definitely doing on the transportation side, and our understand Public Works is doing as well, is that as projects of this type are bid out, we are looking at the very specific unit items for all the various types of bid elements and updating our own engineers' estimate categories to make sure that when we bid, we have something that's based off of the most current numbers over the last couple of months. We also do a very good job of working with construction management firms to help us and say, okay, if we're seeing these types of discrepancies in Palo Alto, what are other comparable cities within the Bay Area seeing on their projects that they're bidding out? And they have the opportunity to look at a larger window than we may be able to just locally here to figure out how is that very similar bid item for, say, concrete for sidewalk, how is that looking for as a unit item in comparison to Palo Alto versus San Francisco versus Walnut Creek versus San Jose, and then we average out the various numbers and come up with a number for ourselves.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on the board on the motion to go ahead and approve item number 2 on the consent calendar for California Avenue Streetscape. And that motion carries with Councilmember Burt absent. And I'm sorry, City Attorney, but we're a few minutes ahead of time. Is it still okay for me to bring up the next item?
It certainly is. Your agenda says on the face of the agenda that the times are only estimates and that an item could be called later or earlier, and that if folks want to be sure to participate, that they should come at the beginning of the meeting and stay until the item is called. So you may move forward.
Excellent. In that case, I'm going to hear myself speak one more time, because I'm going to remind everybody in the audience that we have taken up item number 11, which is the colleagues' memo, under consent. So that's already been approved. We are now going to be taking up item number 9 and item number 12 together. So if anybody is here to speak on item number 12, we're going to be taking that up now under one period of oral communication. And you will be able to speak as soon as the staff report is complete. And this is an item where we do have a nice staff report, and the city manager is going to kick us off.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll loop back at the end of the staff presentation. I did want to acknowledge that our planning director, Hillary Gittleman, is ill today and is not able to be here. She left us earlier in the day, but Aaron has been kind of lead on this project anyway, so I will turn it over to the staff, and then I'll have some closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Aaron Acknan, Assistant Planning Director. As the Council, and I'm sure the public knows, the Planning Department has been inundating agendas for the past few months or so, and most of the items have been related to parking or traffic and transportation related issues. And this is one that has to do both with parking and with traffic. And it is, tonight we're coming forward with the TDM strategy update. To take a step back, several months ago, the Council gave city staff direction as part of a memo to come back with an informational report, and we did that in January, where Google, Stanford, and the Contra Costa County Transportation Management Association gave presentations about some of the best practices they employ in their successful transportation management associations. And tonight we're coming back to you with the second part of that, with several related actions for the Council to take. Regarding TDM itself, overall broad one-line definition is that it's a way to reduce solo driving through coordinated efforts. And the goal is, of course, to reduce traffic congestion as well as parking demand. And as we've referred to it, the number of agenda items that you've had recently is a three-legged stool. And the three legs are increasing, looking at our parking supply policies, looking where we're at tonight, transportation demand management, and the third is an action that the Council recently took, which is residential permit parking. And residential permit parking is, as we'll get into this later, really is something that supports both efforts. This is one of our residents put together this great diagram, Lane Wong, who shows it visually how everything could interrelate as it comes to transportation demand management. TMA, which Jessica Sullivan will get into later, is the town hall, which helps coordinate everything. If you look on the left-hand side, it's your number of different TDM programs, everything from unbundling parking to go passes to bike shares to car shares. And then the grayed outside on the right is the things that you do with your existing parking supply. Of course, before you build parking supply, a new parking supply, you want to learn how you could increase efficiency of your existing parking supply. And then when necessary, also build additional supply. And to look at all the things that could go into transportation demand management, I won't go over all of these, but as you can see, if we do go forward with the Transportation Management Association, there's a number of different things, number of different TDM efforts that could be efficient, have been successfully employed in the past, and would become part of our overall program. So at this point, I will turn it over to Jessica Sullivan to dive into some of the individual recommendations for tonight.
Thank you, Aaron. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Jessica Sullivan, Parking Manager. So this slide really, as Aaron mentioned, represents a snapshot of some of the existing TDM programs, that some of which we're already doing, some of which we could do more of. And that's really the focus of our discussion in this presentation is how do we sort of initiate that focused effort of gaining more adoption of these measures. So this is where we see the need for a TMA or a Transportation Management Authority. And there's really a couple of key goals of the TMA. The first is that it really provides a framework for multiple constituents to come together and to identify transportation needs and solutions as part of the community. The TMA would ultimately manage these disparate programs and market them and also identify needs for new ones. And then the third key goal of the TMA is really to provide a backbone whereby we might measure the effectiveness of our TDM programs. So this is metrics like vehicle miles traveled reduction, greenhouse gas emissions reduction, and single occupancy vehicle trip reduction. So this slide actually represents sort of our initial thoughts on how a TMA consultant might help us frame out the implementation of a TMA for downtown Palo Alto. And again, of course, this is open to discussion and would completely change based on proposals that we might get from potential TMA consultants, as well as feedback from council. But so for the first two phases of the TMA implementation strategy, we'd be looking at really setting up the strategy for many of the programs, having the TMA consultant reach out to community constituents, and start to develop a steering committee, especially during phase one. The steering committee would be business and potentially residential interests that would have a vested interest in the success of the TMA. Also during phase one, we would look at doing data collection to baseline some of the existing TDM programs we have today, and also start to think about how they might become more successful in the future. Phase two, we're envisioning as being about a 2-year period. And this period, we would really start to have the steering committee develop a work plan, an operating budget, and then identify funding sources for the continued success of the TMA. This phase, we would also start to see the steering committee develop regulations for new businesses and new developments that would start to fund the TMA, develop additional programs, and then also the steering committee would start to look at what the actual ultimate structure of the TMA would be, whether it's a third-party nonprofit, which is as the case with many TMAs, whether it's housed under an existing city organization such as the Chamber of Commerce, or whether it resides as part of city government. And then phase three, we really start to see the TMA become self-sustaining. It's identified funding sources, and then it begins to start to actually monitor and evaluate the transportation programs that have been implemented in the community. At this point, it would have a true governance structure with bylaws and membership and additional community outreach. So again, these are our preliminary thoughts about how the TMA might, the implementation might look, open to discussion. So when we start to talk about the TMA programs and what are these main programs that the TMA might manage, really the shuttle program becomes the central topic of discussion. So as the TMA gets initiated, the shuttle is central to its success. A couple of things that the shuttle can do, in addition to simply helping us get a viable option to getting cars off the road, it does help provide for those who are less fortunate and don't have other opportunities to get around. It supports our satellite parking concepts, which were discussed in the parking supply meeting a few weeks ago. And it supports partnerships that we are trying to stimulate with other municipalities and other private sector entities in line with the TMA goals. So the map we have up here is really just staff's first pass at sort of suggesting some routes based off of discussions we've had with other municipalities and some preliminary feedback from some community constituents. However, the RFP that we would release would be open to having potential bidders adding or deleting routes, and then also offering other potential cost-effective solutions which might make more sense. The RFP responders would also be invited to provide performance metrics as part of the proposal so that we could evaluate the success of potential added routes. This map that you see here has the existing Palo Alto shuttle route shown in blue, and then preliminary thoughts about additional routes shown in red, which would be add alternates in the RFP. Another program that we would want the TMA to ultimately manage is the idea of car sharing downtown. As most of you know, car sharing allows members access to vehicles. They pay a small monthly fee and they get access to a vehicle, including insurance and gas. The good thing about car sharing opportunities is that they can actually reduce vehicle ownership, especially when families own more than one car. It's been shown that access to car share actually allows them to get rid of one of their vehicles. So we've taken a look at downtown, and we've identified 20 locations which will be considered prime car share leasing opportunities. Another recommendation is rideshare technology. Rideshare is essentially applications which allow available riders and drivers to find each other, therefore stimulating carpool and vanpool opportunities within the community. Rideshare also has the potential to foster social connectivity within a community as well as reducing single occupant vehicle travel. Also, we have actually engaged in a trial with SAP to pilot their To-Go rideshare app for 2014, which will be kicking off this spring. And I guess I'm missing a slide. But anyway, there is one more slide here, and I hope that the slides that the council members received. But the last item on the list was the City Go Pass program. You guys have it, great. This is the recommendation that we free up spots in the Civic Center garage by providing Caltrain Go Passes to Civic Center employees who agree to give up their parking passes. This program does promote these TDM measures and helps us lead by example, city employees leading by example, while also freeing up spots within the Civic Center garage. As far as cost of the program, it's about $58,000 for the 9-month trial that we're considering implementing April 1. One of the things we're looking at is the sort of cost-benefit analysis of the freeing up those parking spots, which loaded cost to build new parking, we have at about $60,000 a spot. Multiply that by 50 spots is $3 million over, say, a 30-year period. So looked at it that way, the program saves money about $100,000 every year. So that's just one way we're starting to look at how do we measure the true costs benefits of these programs. And with that, I will turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. I think we're leaving up our Palo Alto slide so that again the recognition that what we're bringing tonight fits in within the action theme of our Palo Alto initiative, and I think as the council can appreciate, what we're really doing here is looking at what we can do as a city and first staff to be responsive to a range of these issues that have been sort of buffeting the folks in our community, certainly this year, and other places in the region. And to be responsive to parking, which we brought you earlier this month as far as getting a preliminary direction, to dealing with traffic, which is the intention of what we're doing here with TDM tonight, and to bring you and to deal with development issues, which is what we're doing with the comp plan coming next month. All of those are nested within the our Palo Alto initiative, which involves engagement through ideas, action through near-term adaptations, which is the way we like to be thinking about this, adaptations about our parking supply, adaptations about how we can start to make improvements in traffic reduction, and ultimately adaptations informing the work we need to do in the design phase, which is, again, really the vision and implementation to guide the future and inform subsequent future actions that need to take place through the revision of the city's comprehensive plan. So tonight, everything that we have brought the council, technically, as city manager, I could have already simply directed the staff to begin to do work on these things within the realm of what we're coming to the council for. You're not adopting a TMA, you're not adopting a shuttle program in the funding program. You're not adopting the details of a car share implementation piece. And actually, the last item, we've already brought SAP on board, so it really is a question of informing the council as much as anything. But in the interest of informing and engaging the public and the council, and this is really very, in my view, preliminary stage transparency, we have brought it to council for your discussion. So, and we were interested in signals also. Are we on the right track generally as we look at these different tracks, actually? TMA, the shuttles and dealing with alternate transportation in that regard, ride sharing, et cetera. Do you support these main themes and approaches? And even are the potential scope and the consequences of the scope acceptable? In other words, if we're going to do a shuttle program, we've indicated the fact, well, it might have some significant near-term and even long-term cost consequences. Does that just seem completely out of the question? Or is it worth us exploring it, understanding that the consequences are, they're not, they're not, it's not a low hurdle that requires some real choices ultimately. And so, obviously I'm sure the council has a lot of questions. The council has comments. I know we had this discussion last week on parking. I could make the case that the council could take all of these up simultaneously and discuss them. Some of you may be more focused or more interested in one aspect rather than the other. And you could put a motion together and then move through and amend it. And certainly would support that and would be a suggestion that I think could be good. On the other hand, you may want to break them apart. I would just say we want to include the carryover item from the consent item again, item 12, as the mayor had indicated. And lastly, I think if we really are going to if we got into the kind of time crunch we were last week on parking, I really don't think there's any need really to deal with the ride-sharing tools application piece. It was as much informing you about where we are and the fact that we would be going out and looking at some others. And so certainly I would suggest that that could be removed if we got into that predicament. Is there anything else that I can say? Okay, back to you. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And I'll come back to you after we go out for public comment. And we are taking public comment on item number 9, which is TDM and the 4 elements that are in there, and item number 12 jointly. And I have a few speaker cards. Our first speaker tonight will speak for 3 minutes is Chop Keenan.
Good evening. Chop Keenan, 700 Emerson. I like the way the staff's characterized this three-legged stool. Repetition breeds conviction. So the RPP and supply and TDM are all of a piece. And clearly TDM and supply are predicate acts to having an effective RPP where we don't just create chaos the next day. So I've been working with a group on TDM as well, and I thought I'd share a couple of things with you. They run it pretty effectively up there in Contra Costa County. It's very much like what we are. It's a two-person office with a temp. They run it out of one of the buildings in their area, but the suggestion was to run this one out of the Chamber of Commerce office. It would just be office there close to the users. This thing seems to be shuttle heavy and supply light. Lynette indicated that cabs, not shuttles, are very popular. People hate getting into the shuttles. They love getting into the cabs. And they work out a financial deal that's more advantageous to the city, and in their case, their district. Van pools, losers. Carpooling, yes. There is going to be, as the staff indicated, a funding structure question. I didn't pipe up on your latest effort for a business license tax, but keep in mind that these transportation management districts require funding, and that will require cooperation and of the business community. And currently downtown, we already have a business license tax. It's called a bid. We have an assessment district at 18 cents per foot per month for parking. We have $460 a year for a parking space. So we're not exactly allergic to taxes. The district up there in Contra Costa is another 12.5 cents on their members, to give you a relative idea of how big this is. So I think we're on the right path. I like the alacrity with which staff is responding. I look forward to engaging further. But again, supply, which I thought the council kind of shined when it came to you a few weeks ago, and the TDM, I think, are really important predicate acts prior to initiating an RPP. And there you go. Thanks.
Thank you, Chop. Just a second. Vice Mayor Niss has a question. Chop, hello?
Mr. Keenan.
Mr. Keen? Vice Mayor Niss has a question before you take off.
Just to use you briefly as a consultant, and I know you have spent some time talking with Contra Costa. Thanks to our current mayor, several of us went over as well. Do you think, looking at our city compared to their district, which is quite different, that one person plus a temp could eventually run this if we were to outsource it, if it were to become something like a nonprofit?
Yes, I think it's two people is the way Lynette runs it, plus a temp. And she's kept her number two for 8 years. They're a heck of a team. I think they'll be great candidates for Palo Alto to come down and run this. I said, can you do that? And she said, yeah. And she's a bundle of energy and tight with the nickel and really tests what works. So I'm hugely impressed with. And the 30%'s real. You get a 30% reduction in parking demand. So I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Nielsen Buchanan to be followed by Alicia Frayne.
First of all, I'd like to thank the staff and the council for setting up a great series of discussions. This is the second of 3 really important council meetings. And in response to that, the neighborhoods that are adjacent to the 2 commercial cores have been working very hard for us first to even understand the complexity of the projects that are put on the table, because They're not things ordinary lay people can grasp very easily. But just in the simplest summary, it looks really good to all of us. As we know more about it, it makes more and more sense. We see that there's really two types of actions that you put forward. One is the solicitation of proposals. That's just getting more definition on the ideas, and categorically, we're very supportive of that. You all know best about which of those solicitations ought to be done when. At the same time, we want to acknowledge that some definitive actions are already underway, and I just want to pull three of those out of the air. One is the downtown CAP study is well underway. Its first phase of that comes up in May. It's going to have a lot of definitive information followed by yet another phase. At a smaller scale, the long-awaited parking attendant valet program in one of the lots is about to start. That was a solicitation of ideas back on the infamous March 18 date. Glad to see that taking forward and see what we will learn from that experiment. And the third action that is awfully important to us is the commitment that the council and staff have made to implement permit parking in January of 2015. Chop and I probably have a little bit different opinion. We think it's incredibly feasible to implement that there is a way to supply the parking for everybody in that time frame and to take a big chunk of the commuter parking lot load off the neighborhoods. The devil is in the detail, and we have a stakeholder group outlined. I can speak for all the neighbors in the two commercial areas, the leaders from that we will give it our absolute best effort to help make that deadline come true. We're already set up to meet with Hillary Gettleman and Jim Keene after the next council meeting, March 4th. We have our follow-up meeting from last October when we didn't have a planning director. And we look forward to seeing the timelines over the next 8 to 9 months. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Alice Franey, to be followed by Phyllis Castle. I hope I've pronounced your name correctly.
Alice Frayne, and I'm talking about people who are sick and don't have a car. Stanford University is sending satellites in various areas by 101, and Joint Powers helps by having the employees come in the morning. That's taken care of, and at night. But what about the people who are the customers, the sick people? I've asked a lot of people in the eye clinic. The whole eye clinic is down at 101 over the east side and near Embarcadero, but on the far side. And typical is what one family said when I said to an elderly woman, "How did you get here today?" And the 16-year-old next to her jumped up and said, "I'll tell you, I cut school today, and she offered me $20. She's my neighbor." We need to have a proper access all day long to these Stanford medical centers. Thank you.
Thank you. Phyllis Castle, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz, and this is on item number 9 and item number 12.
I'm Phyllis Castle. I'm speaking for Mary Alice Thornton, who's president of the League of Women Voters in Palo Alto. The League of Women Voters of Palo Alto is delighted that the city is making plans for a TDM program, which includes proposals for enhanced and expanded use of shuttle buses, increasing rideshare programs, a Caltrain Go Pass program, and the evaluation of other tools. The League of Women Voters of Palo Alto supports planning measures and actions that promote efficient flow of traffic, minimize the use of the private automobile, and encourage the use of alternative transportation modes. We support measures that will reduce commuter and general public dependence on the private automobile. While we believe it is helpful to encourage the use of public transportation and other alternatives, including the use of subsidies as justified, it is important that our residents and visitors are able to access our business districts easily and efficiently. We all want businesses and services that are needed and desired by the community to thrive. We want the sales tax that is generated by those businesses. Working with other cities should enhance the programs that are being recommended. The more convenient the alternative transportation modes are, the more likely the public is apt to use them. It is important to evaluate the effectiveness of each technique tried. The sustainability of our environment demands that we reduce our private automobile use. However, we will not use alternative transportation modes unless they are easily accessible and/or provide frequent service with efficient connectivity. Public transit must be frequent and go where we are going and be dependable. The TMA should include evaluation of the effectiveness of our transit programs, as well as how to implement these programs, how to fund them, and who to serve. While the TDM program reduces traffic, there are other equally important benefits to the enhanced public transportation system. We encourage you to proceed with the implementation of a traffic demand management program. It is essential for our ability to move about, for the viability of our businesses, and for our environment, and it further enhances the ability of those without cars, for whatever reason, to move about our community efficiently.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Mayan Demlis, which I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Thank you, council members. I'm Stephanie Munoz. I have a couple of remarks that I think might be helpful. One is on the clinics, the Stanford clinics and other clinics. It seems to me that there's a good possibility of dividing up the clinic's work and the clinic's patients into specific days for areas of the city, so that the people in South Palo Alto could come up to Palo Alto Medical Clinic on, say, Monday, and the people in North Palo Alto could come on Tuesday, and that would just take maybe an hour shuttle, and most people can arrange their times to work that well. That's not true, of course, if you have a heart attack, but most people are going in for routine appointments. I think that might cut down a lot on the driving but possibly the parking. Also, if the other alternative was that they were going to have to get somebody to drive them in. And the second thing is the parking valet. That seems to me kind of like a non-starter, because where are they going to park these parked valet cars? It sounds to me they certainly aren't going to take them way off to the ends of the earth to some satellite parking place. They're going to put them someplace where you don't want them. Well, that's the second thing. But the third thing is, I think you have to be fair. The people that have been in Palo Alto for 30, 40, 50 years, the businesses have been paying taxes all along and providing services and providing sales tax. And it seems to me that if you think of all businesses as a cash cow to solve all these problems, that's not being quite fair. I want you to realize that all of the things that you look at, the shuttles and the satellite parking, that's what you see is what you get. But in the case of the parking, you're looking at an iceberg. When you let somebody go from one floor up, multiplying their area 3 times, and then if in addition to that, the city takes on the responsibility for the parking, then they get to multiply by 4 times. They get to add in the part that they should have put in for parking. And so you then have 25% more of parking than you had before. I mean, 25% more of office desks that need parking. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mayan Dembo, to be followed by Adina Levin.
Hello. Thank you to the council as well as to the staff for presenting on this. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure that everyone else in the audience does as well. I have a few questions for clarification, as well as a few statements regarding the programs that have been outlined in today's presentation. The first is in regards to the shuttles. I noticed that there was no shuttle that was frequenting California Avenue's business district, and as well as no intra-city connectivity with the shuttles going into Menlo Park and Mountain View. And according to the Palo Alto transportation survey that was done earlier in the year, it seemed like there was a vast amount of employees who were coming into Palo Alto from these other cities and working there. So I'd like that to be answered, as well as if the shuttles will be free or not, as the Crosstown and Embarcadero shuttle are today. The second question is regarding the to-go ride-sharing app and why that app was chosen and not having existing apps that are already available and people are already using, instead piloting a new one. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean 11 to be followed by Hal Mickelson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members of Dean 11, Friends of Caltrain. And it's exciting to see the City of Palo Alto taking this step, hopefully to move forward tonight with the transportation demand management component of the overall program, including the residential parking permit and supply. And, this is really a trend that we're seeing in our region, and particularly recently on the Caltrain corridor. There's a shift going on in the way that cities handle transportation, changing from assuming everybody's going to drive and then building enough parking and road capacity for everybody to drive, to seeing that driving is a variable that you can manage, and there's going to be a lot of it. But with policy, that can also change the incentives. So in studying this trend that's going on in our corridor and looking for examples of best practices, a lot of the programs here, the specific ones in terms of the shuttle, the car share, and Go Pass, and so on, are very good first starts. We do support the business registry to gather data, and wanted to share some of the secret sauce that really is going to kick in the phases 1 and 2 that will really make this successful. And the first that's in the plan is to set a quantitative goal, and not to pick a goal from Contra Costa County or some other series, but to assess what the state of affairs and the potential in Palo Alto, and set a custom goal, have buy-in to the goal from the different stakeholders, and then gather data. One of the secret sauces of Stanford and Google and so on is they survey the population, where are they coming from, where are they going to, what programs will meet their needs. A couple of members of the public have had suggested tweaks. That's exactly the kind of thing to get from understanding who that rider base is. Transparent reporting, and then an iterative process. A council member mentioned last time that the success here won't be, well, will this shuttle route be right or not? It's the ability to measure and assess and iterate and improve to get closer and closer to that goal. So that line looks like Stanford's line, going from 72% driving to 42% driving in a decade. And funding, as several people mentioned, is important, and one of the potentials going forward will be utilizing new parking revenue sources to feed into reducing the need to build new parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Hal Mickelson to be followed by Gabrielle Layton.
Hal Mickelson. I live in the Green Meadow neighborhood, and I'm here representing the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce appreciates and salutes the council and the city staff in continuing to follow through on this issue under what we've come to familiarly call the three-legged stool principle, looking at supply, looking at transportation demand management, as well as looking at the possibilities of permit systems. And we commend the city staff for a continuing commitment to outreach to the business community as all of these matters are considered. I think you'll find the input from the business community with regard to transportation demand management is simple. We advocate carrots rather than sticks. The business community believes that incentives and positive measures are going to work better and be easier and cheaper to administer with less controversy than measures that are prohibitory or restrictive. So very simple input. I don't know whether it is tasty enough to qualify as secret sauce, but carrots rather than sticks is our message. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and Gabrielle Layton.
Hi, I just wanted to echo what everyone else has said, that it's very encouraging to think that the council and staff are embarking on these TDM measures. But I think I also wanted to reinforce something that Adina had just mentioned before, which is I just hope that these measures are accompanied by some strong data-driven analysis to prove that they are in fact working. Like, it's great that these particular routes have been chosen, but are these the ones that will have maximum impact? So I think her point about setting goals and actually taking measure and iterating and perhaps revising are really important and well taken points. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we take it to council, I wanted to give it back to the city manager. If City Manager Jim Keene.
Just checking with Jessica to make sure she was happy she was still here, and she said yes.
Well, I'm noticing here that you've left it up where it says our Palo Alto action, action, action. And that's highlighted here and reiterated 3 times. Ideas is very small and design is very small. So we are into the action phase of our Palo Alto. And we've been building up to this, I know, for a couple of years. TDM being kind of the last of the triggers for some of the exploration that we've done on what to do with our predicament of prosperity here and our flood of parking and traffic issues. But there were a couple of questions that people had when they came up. I wrote down a couple. California Avenue shuttle, is there one? I noticed there's one during the construction phase. Also, are the shuttles free? And shuttle routes, are these really ironclad shuttle routes? Or I don't know if you want to respond to any of this.
We'll share the mic.
Sure. First, regarding the Cal Ave route, number one, Mayor, as you mentioned, there is a route during the construction period. There also is a little stub out that does go into Cal Ave as part of the proposed routes. To your second question, these are not set in stone. These are some routes that we're proposing based on community feedback that we've received in various meetings. But as part of the RFP proposal, we're also looking at the professional shuttle providers' ideas about what are the most cost-effective measures and which routes they would also propose.
Okay, and then Mr. City Manager Jim, I'm going to bring it back to council, but there's 5 items we're taking up tonight, which could be either taken all in one motion, and I wanted to see if you had any comments on how you'd like us to address these items.
Well, if I just might, I think it's worth Nielsen reference back to March 18th a year ago, and while some of the speakers were speaking, Aaron pulled up the report from that day, and I just think it's worthwhile to sort of look at what we identified and now where we are. It had the issue of attendant parking, which is being taken up now. It had the recommendation on the 50 to 100 employee permit reduction in City Hall garage, which is item number 12 that is before you for action tonight. So in some ways, I don't think there's a lot of discussion that really necessarily needs to take place, since we're just coming back following through with a recommendation as to what the council had asked. A public-private lot at that time was looking at lot P, but the issue of public-private you acted on before. And then some other things we did along the way that were opportunistic that we did last year, restricting the TDR applications as it related to parking, and closing off the zoning exceptions in parking where we could, and then the action on RPP. So one, I think we've been taking systematic action, and now we're doing the same thing and expanding and building on that, again with these requests, really, again, to go out and solicit proposals. I think in general, we see all of the proposals as not obligating the council necessarily in any way. We're going to engage the marketplace with solutions. We think that they're flexible enough that we can collect that information and come back to the council and reframe what we might want to do some things. You may, in the process of this, want to give us some direction to be sure that when we're both scoping this out in detail or dealing with prospective respondents, we have the benefit of your thinking. But again, I think that these are roughly kind of high level. And at the risk of throwing out a sports analogy that could get me in trouble, I just sort of think it's like we've thrown the ball up to half court, and that's all we're asking you to do, and we're going to catch it to half court and call a timeout. And then we're going to go on the sidelines, and then we're going to diagram the play that we want to do. But we want to get the ball up to half court, so we've got a better shot at the basket. And in this case, the basket is a TMA, the shuttle, and car share. On To Go, I'll just take the opportunity to answer the question also. To Go is not a pilot, it's just a pilot for us. It is an existing app that SAP has developed and it was deployed. And it's very cheap for us to use. It's not going to preclude us looking at other things, but one of the other things that helped was appealing to us was the ability to access SAP's analytics and their experience in working on the analytics associated with the app for their own workers in this area, for us to kind of get some extra benefit rather than just the matchup piece, to get a sense, a little bit of getting what Ms. Levin was talking about how we start to collect some data about where people are coming from and where they're going in the city. So again, I would just reiterate, we're here to take your questions and comments.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Jessica, did you have anything more? No? Okay. All right. Basically, I'm just going to make one quick comment, and that is I grew up, I guess, in the throes of the 50s and 60s and 70s where TDM was just a way of life where I worked, but we didn't call it that. You either took the ferry or you took the bus to San Francisco. You did not drive. It would be unheard of to drive to the city. So for me, this seems like we're going back in time a little bit. So in any way, just to kick that off, let me start with Councilmember Klein and then Holman.
Thank you. I want to start by going back to the motion that the council passed, which is on page 400 of the material today. And I think that the city manager is properly responding to that motion, which called for a report from the manager and his staff on a number of different things, and they're set forth on that page, and to organize one or more study sessions, which we've done, and advise the council on other possible solutions of the city's traffic and parking problems. I'm not sure that we really are there on that one yet, though some of the things that are referred to, I guess, do meet that. But I just want to keep that in mind, that actually, while it might be that in other circumstances the manager could have done all of these things on his own, our motion did require that this report come back to us for evaluation, consideration, and I don't know where my colleagues are, but just in theory, if people said, for example, that price tag on the shuttle system looks too high, then staff ought to know where we're going. So with that type of thing in mind, let me ask a few questions that I have, and perhaps venture a motion. I'm going to go through my questions just in the order they are in the book. On page 388, there's a reference to the TMA, that its responsibilities would be to coordinate and market an expanded city shuttle. And I'm just concerned by whether there's been thought given as to, since this is going to be presumably a fare without any fare, and the city is going to be subsidizing it, what's the thought as to who's deciding things like how many routes, how many buses, things of that nature? I get the feeling that when I read words like coordinate and market an expanded city shuttle program, that the TMA has more authority than the City Council of 2020 might be really feel comfortable with.
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. I think in the initial stages, the city would have ultimate control of the shuttle system. I think the ultimate goal, though, is that this TMA is a self-sustaining organization. And as we move to it being a self-sustaining organization, if the shuttle system falls under that umbrella, they would have more independent authority. But until we get to that point, I think the city would maintain its ability to make decisions.
Thank you.
If I just might add, Councilmember Klein, I think not saying that $1.3 million is the right figure, but it's the one that we have in the report. Obviously, it's easier for me to swallow that as a potential city expenditure for 1, 2, or 3 years than thinking that it lasts forever and that it continues to grow as just a city expense. So hopefully we could have it absorbed in some other more market-driven approach.
One of the things we asked for in our motion was to identify any local or regional governments that have TDM districts comparable to what was proposed in the colleagues' memorandum. And there's a bit of a reference on page 390 to that that says, on about 2/3 of the way down the page, some cities have already adopted similar programs for businesses employing 20 or more employees, so on and so forth. But we don't have a list of what those cities are or what their experience has been as to whether they're successful or not. So perhaps this would be the time for you to tell us about the other cities and their programs.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Klein. So we did look at a number of other jurisdictions that have implemented fairly successful TMAs. Emeryville with the Emery Go Round program is a great example of one here in the Bay Area. The Mission Bay, not as a subset of San Francisco, obviously, has a very aggressive ridership or single occupant vehicle reduction target. It's much more aggressive than even the city of San Francisco as a whole. Other cities we looked at include Portland, and then the North Natomas TMA, which is in Sacramento, and then also the San Mateo Rail Corridor, which is city of San Mateo, not the county of San Mateo, and that's not just the entire city, but the rail corridor component of it is also getting initiated.
We've heard of Mountain View's program. Have you had any talks with the Mountain View people?
So I've actually been playing phone tag with Mountain View for about 2 months now, but I'm actually supposed to talk to them on Thursday.
Okay. We get over to page 391. My concern on the issuance of the RFP and then phase 1 and phase 2 is how does those timelines there square up with our goal to have and our I think our promise to our citizens that we're going to be up and running in January 2015.
So, thank you, Councilmember Klein. My understanding was that the ultimate goal was to have an RPP ordinance as well as a potential program for the downtown area, so essentially one leg of the stool in effect by January 1st. Hopefully we will have additional TDM type measures in effect to that. I don't think it's realistic, though, to say that a full TMA is going to be established within that time frame.
Well, let me rephrase the question then. What could we have in effect in January 2015 so that we don't have chaos when the RPP program is initiated in January? How do we help the people who will be running around looking for parking spaces?
Correct. So we could have things, I think if we do an aggressive timeline, we could have things like expanded shuttle, especially to some type of satellite lot. We could have, the proportional amount of, as we go through the RPP program, we could figure out how many spaces will be commercial bound spaces that there's dedicated, so there still is some supply for commercial bound vehicles. We have within the RPP district. We have the valet program. It's successful at that one lot that's potentially expandable to other lots. We could have a car share program in effect by that time. So it won't be, the full-blown measures won't be in effect yet, but there are different approaches that could be.
And I think full uptake in the parking garages, I think, is a reasonable thing to achieve this year then also.
Okay. I would suggest
admittedly, that probably doesn't take care of all of the problem.
Well, I might suggest that the focus here, rather than having the usual chronology as I think we have here, that we sort of work the other way around and say, work back from January 2015 and say, what can we get done by then? What can we postpone? But how do we really make sure that we have enough things in place by January? In terms of different ideas, and this is not my idea, I've heard it from others, so I neither take blame or credit. How would it be if we used some of the subsidy money to put the school district back in the full-time busing business?
Yeah, so I'm trying to remember, we might have had that briefly mentioned in here.
Yeah. I don't remember where it is. But
yeah, and it's a little bit different than the way I framed the recommendation in the next item on Cubberley, for example. But I think to the extent, I think the council wants to reinvest any reallocated money directly into things that really make a difference in the community, whether it's taking care of Cubberley or if you were open to consideration of something like this. There might even be some discussion with the school district actually about expanded and improved shuttle access to schools, which of course, as we know, is one of the kind of key traffic problems that we have, particularly in the mornings around town. Now, that's going to take some more exploratory work. But
I think our mention of it, or staff's mention of it in the report, is a little different than what I'm extrapolating from what I've heard, and that is, once upon a time, when Nancy was in school and the school district that I attended, we had a big fleet of school buses, and I do remember Palo Alto had it at one time that took virtually all kids who lived more than whatever it was, a mile or two from their school to school. And so that's what I was having in mind. And I don't know whether that's at all feasible, but I wonder whether that's, after we do hear that one of the main problems is at start of school, end of school. So have we given any thought? Would it really work if we could have it? Jaime's got something to say, I guess.
I would say that at my level, which is very far below that of a transportation engineer or planner, I did broach the subject just in a separate meeting with the school superintendent a couple of months ago about whether or not there would categorically be any just sort of that would be a dumb idea sort of thing, and I didn't get that response. I mean,
I'm not sure what the response is.
Councilmember Klein, I can respond to the school bus issue because my kids got bused from Southgate to Walter Hayes. Mm-hmm. And I can't remember when, but Santa Rosa got sued for some reason to allow the school district to be able to charge for the busing. And once they got to do that, they started to charge our neighborhood for busing, and they bused for a couple years, but then it fell off so much that it wasn't cost effective for them to run the buses. So we stopped busing completely. So that's what happened, I believe, was the ability for the school district to go in and charge for that service.
Yeah, that's thank you for that background. But that's what I'm working from, that would it be useful for the city to be in the school bus business? sort of replicating what existed 20 years, 25 years ago, whatever it was. And I don't know the answer to it. I just wonder whether we ought to be giving some thought to it.
Yeah, I think that's the stage we were. But I was trying to be very cautiously diplomatic, so I was obscure, I guess. I think what I was trying to say was in broaching this with the school superintendent to see would shuttle or bus improvements to schools be something that they could be interested in. And, I got an expression of interest. I mean, it wasn't categorically saying, no, that ship has sailed or that bus has flown away or whatever, because it is a culture change, again, of sorts that would be required. But I think it's something that ought to be at least on the table someplace.
Okay, I want to stop there, but could you commit to getting back to us on that, whether it's... Good, thank you. And I think my last question on this one is... oh, no, well, we got the two, item 9 and 12. On page 397, you make what I found to be rather extraordinary suggestion that the car share organization would provide some level of profit sharing with the city as part of their agreement. Are they really doing that with anybody?
From my understanding in my conversations with some of the big providers, that actually is a possibility. Some of them have expressed interest, a lot of interest in being in this region for quite some time, so they're very excited about this opportunity, potentially. I think we want to explore it. I'm not promising anything.
Okay. My one question on the Go Passes is why not just have all the city employees who work at the site have Go Passes regardless of whether they turn in their parking permits?
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. We actually did consider that during the development of the Go Pass proposal. The only reason we didn't recommend it was because we were trying to respond specifically to the City Council direction to free up City Hall employees by city employees. And so if we just blankly give everyone a permit, I mean, I'm sure it would be very well received. It's been a positive program so far for people that know about it. But if we just give them the pass, then there's no guarantee that we will actually be able to free up permits at City Hall because their permit sales are currently now technically capped. And so until those permits go away, we can't really release more permits. So that was the only reason we didn't do it.
We'd be in a position, I think, of trying to estimate the net improvement. And obviously that'd be a little more difficult just like that as opposed to trying to see how many folks we could get pretty quickly who'd be willing to actually give up the permit. That being said, all along we've envisioned this as needing to be very adaptive and flexible so that we can modify it if we go with it as proposed, with the permit swap for those who want to do it, and we can move into the other direction. I mean, we agree with Jaime. We're driven on trying to quickly be able to quantify and say we've got X number of permits, at least as far as the first phase. Some of the other issues, I think, I think employees in general would take them, but as we try to add more incentive or disincentive to them, I think we get into the potential for both more intensive labor engagement and or the need to deal with some other questions such as changing the pricing structure for being able to park to incent more people to use the passes.
Well, I understand the problem on day one, but I wonder if our friends in Mountain View, Google, might not have some really sophisticated analytics that would be able, in a pretty short order, tell us how many permits spaces would really be freed up by doing this. Madam Mayor, just to get things moving, I would move the first recommendation of the staff.
I would second that.
Moved by Councilmember Klein, the first recommendation of staff, seconded by Councilmember Scharf.
And I've spoken, I think. I'm in support of the idea.
Okay, did you want to, okay, you don't want to speak any further to it, is that
No,
right?
I think it's been clear from the questions I've asked that I think this is a good idea. Obviously, it's going to need refinement, and it'll be coming back to us, but I think it's really the direction we should move.
Councilmember Scharf?
Well, I support most of what Councilmember Klein said. I think we obviously need to work backwards from the date of the 15th. I thought that was the most significant thing, not taking away anything else you said, but for me, that's what really resonated. I think we really need to think to ourselves, if we're putting an RPP, then we need to work backwards from that, have as many options as possible. And a lot of these things, I actually wanted to say, I really appreciated staff work on this. I thought this was really comprehensive. And one of the things that I thought was important to point out is that it seems to me that what we're doing is we're really just, as the city manager said, kicking this off. There's nothing really written in stone. You've given us shuttle routes, but I assume those aren't in stone. For instance, one of the things I was thinking is I'd like to see you coordinate, and I assume you will, with the Marguerite system. And that makes it, obviously more seamless. And I actually, in the back of my head, I said, when you're going out for RFPs, I'd like you to talk to Stanford. I mean, if they could just extend the Marguerite, that'd be an interesting concept. And we worked with them or came up with something like that. I'm not sure that's the right way to go, but those kind of things. There's obviously, Google spends a lot of money on shuttles and buses. And, I was just down in that park over the weekend, actually, and there's LinkedIn there, there's Google, there's all those. It'd be interesting to see how many young people actually live in Palo Alto and work for those companies, or older people, I assume. I'm just thinking, my daughter works for a high-tech company down there, and she was telling me that all of her friends are actually going to work in Google and Facebook, and they're all planning on not living in the city this time, but living in Palo Alto, which actually really surprised me, because I actually thought they're all thinking, a lot of them are actually now thinking of moving out of the city, because the commute down Caltrain is a long commute, and there's enough down here that it's interesting. And so there might be that uptake, and I'm thinking we might be able to get Google and LinkedIn and Facebook and those kind of, to run those shuttles, or at least participate and subsidize it and help us if it takes the pressure off them. So I was thinking there's a lot of that kind of stuff.
Can I just ask a question here, because we are speaking on item number 1, which is TDM, I believe, and not shuttles.
The TMA, yeah.
TMA, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess that's true, Councilmember Klein went through all of his, and I thought in terms of,
Brevity, you want to go over all of your items now, and then we can...
That's sort of what I was going to do, unless you'd rather me just limit it and come back on the other items. I mean, some of these items, if you just mention it briefly, you don't need to come back. So I don't care. We can do it any way you want.
I would, if it's brevity, then go ahead and speak to all items. I think it is a little odd, though. We do have a motion on the table which is not on it, and yet Councilmember Klein did speak on all items as well. So
I'd leave it up to the chair, however you'd like to do it.
I think we should probably...
Just take up the item number 1?
I think so.
TMA, then let's do that.
Because that is less confusing for everyone.
Question about that, though?
Councilmember Byrd?
Well, if we do that, I see 4 different recommendations, and there are a lot of things that don't fall under those recommendations other than an expanded discussion around the TMA, perhaps. So how do we have discussions about some of the things that aren't listed in these 4?
Well, right now we have a motion on the table to speak on the TMA, so this is where we're going to be speaking. Well, I guess this is where we had an option to either take all of these items up in one motion, but we don't have that on the table right now.
Still have a question.
Right.
How do we discuss it?
One by one.
Yeah, one by one.
One by one.
So, Councilmember Scharf, I'm sorry to take you off of your talking points.
No, that's fine. I think the TMA idea is a great one, and I think I'll just end it there and say I support it.
Now, I've had some lights come up already, and I'm going to go ahead and go down the line. If we can just speak on the TMA portion of the motion that's on the table right now. Councilmember Holman?
Yes, thank you. Support the staff recommendation to go forward with this. Look forward to it. And I do have some questions. So the motion that was picked up from the staff report says solicit proposal to establish a nonprofit transportation management authority, which I appreciate and support. I don't think it should be part of another organization that has a limited membership and people in and people out. So I support that. The concern that I have is what Councilmember Klein had spoken to also is about the authority. So how does the city maintain authority or input into this on an ongoing fashion? I heard your response, Aaron, about to begin with, but in an ongoing fashion, so that we just don't have an autonomous group out there. And then I'll ask a couple other little questions about it at the same time. The committee that's going to be established to, it's here somewhere. The committee, yes, the steering committee is going to be established. How is that going to be selected? And how will it be published, meetings be published, and so what's the membership of that, who establishes that membership on the committee? What's the thinking?
Thank you.
Councilmember Klein, can you?
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. Regarding your first question, I think the idea is over the long haul. First, the city would actively participate within the working group, and Jessica could touch on the formation of the working group, which would be staff appointed. And over the long haul, the city would have a position on the TMA board. So that's how it's worked in other cities, and I think that's how we would do it here. So we would still have a hand in the game, but it would be more of an independent body that would be making decisions.
And then also, just to clarify Aaron's comment, so the consultant that the third-party consultant that we hired to really kick off the establishment of the TMA would be very responsible for community outreach during phase 1 to start to identify those potential working group members that ultimately become the foundation for the board of directors, as it were.
And would those meetings be open to the public in an ongoing fashion, but certainly especially in the formative stages of this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right, great. So those will be published?
Yes.
Okay. All right, terrific. Yes, actually, I think most of my other questions have to do with something else. Yeah, all of my other questions have to do with other parts that will be coming too. So that's what I had for number 1. Thank you.
Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. I'm very, very impressed by the work. It's exciting, and I must say it was a real pleasure this week to get so many positive emails. Man, you know, I kept opening them, reading them, feeling good, because a lot of people had some very insightful comments and some very helpful comments, and it's nice to feel that we're going in a direction which many people concur with. A couple of observations on the schedule. It does seem to me, we've talked about this quite a bit, we've made references to existing TMAs elsewhere. I mean, Moffett Park has one, you've mentioned Mountain View. I think in one of the earlier iterations of the colleagues' memo, there were whole lots of cities that were mentioned. I think my concern is that a lot of these elements are common across different sized entities, but, you know, we're similar and different from Contra Costa, and what are some of the examples of cities similar to ours, somewhat similar to ours in terms of the dynamics and our adjacency to a rail corridor, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that given that there are so many examples, really excellent examples, that the idea of making it look like we're kind of starting from ground zero and, you know, the articles of, you know, the mission, the structure, the articles of incorporation eventually, or whatever it is, so much of that is already out there, and using the experiences that individuals and groups have already had, seems to me we can cut to the chase a lot faster. I concur with the comments about phasing this and having a schedule which says this is the likely scenario in terms of this is the schedule or anticipated schedule, so that the community and the business community residents, commuters, can be more informed about the likely rollout. I think it looks really good. This is a very tiny point I'm going to make next, but I'm going to make it anyway. All the other organizations or associations, and you're suggesting authority. And when I think authority, I think Valley Transportation Authority. So that's something certainly to keep in mind. And in your work with VTA, they have an ongoing list and quarterly updates regarding all the TDM measures that are being used, et cetera, by cities all over the county. And I'm sure they have a lot of understanding about the transit management associations. So I think we can really get a lot of information here, and you have mentioned this in the staff report, which I appreciate. I can imagine this being something that could grow. We could have a collaborative relationship with other TMAs, et cetera, but we'd work specifically on getting the details to really work tremendously well in our community. It's very, very exciting, and I look forward to more detailed discussion and more information that you bring forward. This is great. And I'm really thrilled. I'm almost as thrilled as the discussion about the art, the change we had in terms of the requirements for art contributions and art installations. But thank you so much. And everyone has been very, very thoughtful in their discussions and comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Berman.
Well, it's tough to follow that up. I don't know if I'm that excited, but I am excited. You know, I view TMA and TDM as kind of the area where we could get the biggest bang for our buck if we set it up properly. You know, I kind of think of this as the platform that the city or this agency, regardless of what the form ends up being, you know, this agency is going to set up a platform of tools that all of our downtown businesses, if they're 5 employees, 10 employees, 20 employees, can tap into to use, because they don't have time to do that themselves. And so, you know, this is us kind of creating that set of tools for them to use. And I think if we do it right, I think there's a lot of interest and willingness amongst our business residents, I guess you could call them, to take advantage of that. Everybody wants to be a good participant. Everyone wants to kind of lessen the impact that they're creating on our community, because it doesn't benefit anybody when tensions rise as high as they have lately. And I think it's in everyone's best interest, and everyone realizes that, to make the situation better, to you know, make our community more livable for everybody involved. So along those lines, I mean, I'm going to support this item and probably most of the other items, or all the other items. But you know, take the time in setting it up to make sure that we do it right. It was mentioned by some speakers, you know, the issue of kind of getting a baseline set of information, you know, data that we can then compare to see how effective we've been, and you know, see what the right goals make sense for Palo Alto, I think is incredibly important. I also want to encourage, you know, really thinking about new participants in regards to the steering committee. I know that a couple of us met with, you know, our Palantir, our largest downtown employer, last week or the week before, and I was blown away by how interested they are in being good partners with the city. And so, you know, but I'm sure we wouldn't have thought necessarily to go to them to participate in something like this. They're not, you know, the original cast of characters. So, you know, keep in mind that, you know, a lot of businesses that are so focused on working, they don't really often participate in the civic sphere, but they probably want to. And if we approach them, I think they'll be really willing participants, and we can learn a lot about what works best for them, and that'll help us this process be as effective as possible. So I'll save other comments I have for the other items, but I think this is great. I'm looking forward to it. Thanks.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, first, I think it's important to frame these various initiatives that we would do in the TMA and our broader transportation demand management program around actually 3 different benefit categories: reduction of traffic, mitigation of the parking problem, but the third one is really supplying amenities to the community. And forgive me if this got discussed before I arrived, but a lot of these are actually real amenities to the community, whether it's a shuttle system that serves school children and seniors, or a bicycle system that is really of value to community members, or a whole slew of these things. These are actually amenities that make living in Palo Alto more enjoyable and more convenient. And so I just want to make sure that we're thinking about how all these fit together, and when we weigh our priorities, that we look at all three of those aspects. Because we right now have strong financial resources compared to anything we've had in recent years. But we are looking at some major investments in this, and we still have to look at what value do we get for our expenditures. And I have some apprehension, as much as I'm very enthusiastic about the direction we're going, I want to make sure that we're looking at value. And the value isn't a single metric. It's, I think, in all three of those categories. So it's a little multifaceted to look at the values, but I want to lay that out on the table. Second, on this issue of the stakeholder committee, I would like to see staff spend more time and first give more thought and reach out to broader members of the interested parties for suggestions on the composition of the stakeholder committee, have it go to the Planning and Transportation Commission for review, because I'm not sure this kind of cursory description that we heard tonight really has thought through who should be all these stakeholders.
Can I just interrupt for a moment? City Attorney, did you want to speak to stakeholder committees so that we can be clear about what we are allowed to speak to on that and not allowed to?
So sure. So I heard the staff say that they plan to have those meetings be open and public, and that can be done in a couple of different ways. If it's done informally, that is only available if the committee itself is not a Brown Act committee. The other way to do it is to follow the Brown Act requirements, which include having a formal agenda and having that be available 72 hours in advance of a regular meeting time or 24 hours in advance of a special meeting. So depending on what the staff is wanting to do as far as the flexibility of scheduling those meetings and holding them, it makes a difference with respect to how the council comports itself. The council can give general direction tonight and comment, that's fine. But if the council includes in some kind of a formal motion any kind of establishment of that committee, that really does put it in a position of being a Brown Act committee. And I think that's partly why the staff recommendation doesn't include that element as one of the items formally before you tonight.
Okay, and City Manager?
Well, if I can add to that, I think the question, as I heard it, really is just how would we compose the stakeholder committee and who's in that? And there's nothing at all that I would see that would limit our ability to reach out to a broad section of the community for suggestions on both what are constituencies and who are particular individuals in particular we would want to look to. And I would assure you that we see this as this whole issue is woven into the fabric of the life of our whole community. So we need to make sure that we have a really representative group, both as far as constituencies, but also as it relates to expertise and ideas and those sorts of things.
Right, I just wanted to pull that part out because
I couldn't understand why there would be any constraints on the discussion tonight, and it sounds like there are none. I can definitely see added value from transit nonprofits, from perhaps the schools, from perhaps Stanford. I don't know who should be on it, but I think we should have a broader discussion, and it's going to be really important not merely to have a stakeholder group, but that we think more deeply about what that composition should be and what would be most effective. And then on the issue of the, and I'll just point out that on packet page 388, I was reading the third full paragraph down, and it talks about the responsibilities of the TMA, and it really does cover a wide breadth of the things that Councilmember Scharf was talking about, and so I'm going to go ahead and speak to some of these things because they are described as primary responsibility of the TMA. So one of those, the staff report talks about various incentive programs. We had the discussion around the Go Pass, and I heard staff's comments that the reason for not doing what Councilmember Klein was asking about of providing Go Passes for all employees was that there was no guarantee that that would result in freed up parking spaces. I didn't find that very compelling because we don't yet have a guarantee that the program before us is going to result in freed up spaces. And we certainly don't have a guarantee that the program before us will result in more freed up spaces than providing passes to all employees. But the city manager's point of needing to launch it and then be able to reevaluate it and perhaps look at other
Councilmember Burt, can I just interrupt at this point? Are you speaking to item number 12, which is the Go Passes at this point?
Well, I'm speaking to incentive programs. I can defer that as well. It covers it. It would apply to either item, but if you want to have another go around at that, I'm fine with that too.
Well, that seems to be the way the motions are going to roll out tonight. So you can, if you want to finish your comments, that's fine. But we will be getting into that later because we are taking up item number 12 along with item number 9 right now.
Right. And when I look at this under the broad rubric of all the incentive programs, including those listed, I think it's pretty expansive. So I wanted to make that comment that I'm okay going ahead with it. I'm not sure it's the best way to go. And I want to make sure that we're really reevaluating this as we dive into it. But I see on the third page of the packet, or of the report, packet page 389, the reference to the VTA EcoPass. And it says staff evaluated several other transit pass options, including the VTA EcoPass, but found that the Go Pass offered the most robust option for getting employees to and from Palo Alto. So first, I'm not sure why it's an either-or concept. Why do we seem to have that we're looking at spending $1 million extra on the shuttle program, but a EcoPass program that would cost $18,000 a year for all city employees is off the table because we looked at instead of the VTA, the Go Pass. So why is it framed in the staff report as an either-or?
I think just to also take this back a little bit, we're going to stay to the motion as soon as this question is answered and stick with the TMA portion of the motion right now.
This is a scope of TMA. These are all, I'm reading the staff report and the third full paragraph. Do you see it right here?
Yes.
And that's the list of the aspects of the responsibilities of the TMA.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. I'm going to try to answer your question regarding the EcoPass program. The EcoPass program would probably cost more than $18,000 if we did it for all city employees. The GoPass proposal before you tonight was to offer GoPasses to Civic Center Plaza employees. That would include employees of the Development Center.
Jaime, can I ask, why are you saying that the EcoPass would necessarily have to be to all city employees, whereas the GoPass could be limited to downtown employees?
They can be limited to just the Civic Center. Well, actually, I should get back. We haven't asked that question to the VTA. With Caltrain, we asked the specific question, can we focus the program to the area for which we know that there will be immediate benefit to city employees, meaning the Civic Center. And the Civic Center would include the Development Center, City Hall, the police department, and the main library. I'm sorry, the downtown library. So with Caltrain, we have flexibility to know that we could focus the program to that area. When you mentioned it was all city employees includes employees at
Okay, if I did, I meant all downtown city employees.
Right. Yeah, so it'd probably be about between $19,000 to $20,000 for just the Civic Center employees.
How many Civic Center employees?
525 is what we referenced to the Go Pass, so it'd be $18,900.
Okay.
So $19,000.
Close enough.
Yeah. And so the reason we didn't recommend it initially is because we looked at the, as a starting point to figure out what program we wanted to offer to the City Council in response to your request to try and reduce permit demand. We looked at our commuter incentive program as a city. So we know that we have fairly regular use of about between a little over 50 employees of the Go Pass program, not the Go Pass, but the Caltrain program. But when it came to VTA reimbursements for employees, we only had about 2 regular employees that were seeking incentive, but those are not employees in the downtown, those are employees at another part of the city. So I think in this point, the city manager is correct. As we're continuing to expand TDM for the city, I think we'd want to be looking at a EcoPass program, but in this specific instance, we're trying to respond to your immediate request for downtown parking permits, the EcoPass didn't make sense.
Could I just add another thing?
There was something, yeah.
Well, let me just add it. I think that the staff thinking, I don't think it wasn't either or, but I think it was a little forced choice on trying to think of what generates explicit parking permit free up. And given the uptake and in fact maybe the even more unfamiliar nature of taking the bus than Caltrain, we might not have a lot of uptake as it relates to permit swap out. On the other hand, if the council thinks it's worthwhile for us to spend some money to just even get some people to occasionally take the bus, who would then reduce at least a traffic trip for getting the permit issue, the parking permit issue, that would be up to you to say,
My recommendation would be to survey the employees and find out at least what they anticipate they would do, which is not a guarantee as to what they would actually do, but survey the employees and find out. I mean, we've got all their emails. And we should be doing the same thing, frankly, on the different models of the Go Pass. Okay. And then finally, as the TMA responsibilities specifically include bicycling, one of the issues is that downtown is not a very bike-friendly place. And I've heard from residents who really would like to bike downtown more, but to travel downtown is not very bike friendly. And then whether we also have some like a central bike location like at Civic Center Plaza, where if you can either decide to bike to your ultimate destination, or you bike to a central place downtown that's well lit, secure, and safe at night. I'm sorry. Well lit, safe, and secure at night, and that becomes, then you walk to your destination from there. So I would like to see the downtown part of the bike program added to this initiative as well, and that covers that portion.
Okay, Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, the TMA program is a positive step forward on dealing with our problem. I think it's a long-term good investment for the city as we grow and development. I guess I do find one problem with the way we're going about it, in the way I've been my training on the city council has been through finance, and the financial system we have seems to work very efficiently. I think it started last week with a 10-year financial forecast. Where are we going? What are the issues we need to look at? What's the context of decision making? That's followed up a couple months later by the city manager coming out with the city budget. Here's what it looks like for next year. Here's the revenues, and here's basically how we'll spend it by department. Then there's a detailed look at each spending category. You would increase this a little bit, change that a little bit, shift money into the capital expenditures, and then a budget is approved. Finally, late in the year, actually it's on our consent calendar tonight, there's a comprehensive financial outlook, which looks back on the year and say, how did we do? Now, here we are, land use. I guess the same thing when we're dealing with a major issue, and this is a major issue, parking in land use. You would expect that that contextual piece would be our comp plan. Unfortunately, our comp plan was done in 1998. The second piece of it, of the annual look at the numbers, would be that downtown cap, the parking, general look at parking, our traffic situation, the contextual pieces for that. Then we would get into the specifics of what do we do with the parking issue in front of us. Instead, we're starting with the parking issue. But the basic numbers, a couple of the speakers pointed out tonight, we don't have the basic numbers. We don't have the downtown cap discussion or numbers or traffic or parking.
Councilmember Schmidt, can I also interrupt for just a moment? This is a pretty specific item tonight. TDM is on the motion. It's an active motion right now. So I was hoping maybe you could pull your comments back into what we're addressing and taking action on.
Okay. So base numbers. I mean, what we're looking at is aspiring to one of the TDM districts. And we're given some models. Contra Costa Transit District. Is that our aspiration model? Emeryville was another example. Do we want to be Emeryville? South of Market. Those are three very different models that leads us in very different directions. And I guess we don't have a context of which of those three models is the most appropriate for us. I think other council members have raised the issue of values. Who controls? Who pays? Now, the TMA that has been presented to us asks for $550,000 from the general fund. Now, the general fund, if you look at it carefully, 73% of our tax revenues in the general fund come from residents. And that number has been growing by 1% per year over the last 4 years. So stakeholders, key stakeholders, are residents. And how do they value? What is it that they are looking for in the TMA? How will it benefit the residents of the community who basically are subsidizing the program? So I think it would be helpful when you come back with a recommendation that you provide some context. And as one of the speakers said, it is important when we get to May and we look at the development cap and the numbers and the discussion that comes out of that, that is integrated with what we do with the TMA. And the aspiration, the value, what do we want it to be? Is it the Contra Costa program, the Emeryville program, or the South of Market program? Give us a vision that we want to head toward.
I think those are good points. I think it's just a question of methodology. I think we've advanced the right methodology. I think if we were just to explore potential context, and I mean this all respectfully, it would take us 3 years before we could come back with anything, as opposed to, as we said at the beginning, we're putting out an invitation to the marketplace where we would expect, one, we might get an Emeryville response, we might get a San Francisco response, we might get a, another kind of response. And I feel pretty confident in being able to say this after being in hundreds of council meetings, I think now, and over my 5.5 years, that whatever we bring, we're going to change. We're going to improve it. We're going to say best practice isn't good enough. We're going to take it beyond best practice into the next practice. And so we think the best approach is try to get as many kind of ideas and options out there for us to look at and begin to the Palo Alto tinkering process to make it a little bit better. And I think we'll get back to you fastest that way. And then I think the context will start to be applied and the values discussion will be applied by the council. Ultimately, it's you guys who have to really do that. We'd be at a loss at the staff of just trying to make those determinations for you.
Vice Mayor Niss.
Well, I guess what I want to do at this point is take us back up to cruising altitude for a minute. We have in front of us a 5-point program. We've attempted to split it out, and I'll address that in just a minute. But this 5-point program is so far ahead of where we were a year ago, and I think that's what we've heard reflected this week. We didn't have anyone in our communications regarding this fault us for doing this. They may have tweaked it here and there, but I didn't hear any faulting. I heard almost the opposite. So for this 3-legged stool to actually come into being is pretty astonishing. Gail started out by saying she couldn't believe it. She's been opening emails that are positive, that say nice things. That's pretty stunning. We don't get many of those. Revel in them, just really enjoy them for a change. We've made some points. Nancy dragged us all to Contra Costa. It may not be perfect, Greg, but it gave us a great head start. She has come over here, and when Chop Keenan says nice words to us, you know what? We're actually getting there. And he actually came down and spoke favorably of this. And through the years, we don't always hear great things about parking from our developers. We're making some incredible points tonight. Pat talked about these as being amenities. I would call them even more than amenities. I think you almost are at the necessities. I think that is what you provide for your community. A crosstown shuttle is not rocket science. It is something that, in conjunction with the Marguerite, in conjunction with some of the other companies, I think really brings us together and puts us right up to the top. So I think we've made incredible progress. One of the other things that I'd like to mention is to go backwards in time for a little bit, because some of us are old enough here to remember the gas shortage, when you actually tried to drive less, not because of the traffic, but because gas cost so damn much and you had to wait in line for it. Some of you out there must have done that, didn't you? Wait in line for gas? That was a different era. But we're looking at this for another reason now. We're trying to save our planet. We're trying to save our environment. We're not going to be hopefully waiting in gas lines as long. Hopefully we might even be able to plug our cars in. It's a very different era. And we're looking at something that is quite different from this city. And so far, what we've heard is nothing but positive comments in return. I think this is going in a great direction tonight. So I'm going to try looking at both Council Members Klein and Council Member Scharf and see if we could weave this motion in with numbers 3, 4, and 5. Let me say them out loud just so you can think about them. The proposals for providing car share services within city-owned parking lots. We've referenced that in many comments already. Evaluate the rideshare tools, including a trial of the to-go rideshare. That's the one with the little funny mustache on the front. And then lastly, which Pat went into in some detail, pardon?
The car share is the mustache.
The mustache is a different company.
Yeah, the two.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. And the last one is the Go Pass that Pat went into in some detail. I would suggest that if Council Members Klein and Scharf are willing to accept those, that we make that into at least a 4-part motion, but I do know that we want to have extensive discussion on the expanded Palo Alto shuttle program. So with that, I would make that a suggestion, and I see a yes from the...
So I'm fine with that, but I would like some opportunity to address the Go Pass issue, because since I've spoken on the motion and I didn't get to speak on it, I would like to just come back and speak to that particular part of it.
I have said my piece. Thank you for incorporating that into the motion.
Thank you. Since I'm going to go ahead and put my comments in right now, I didn't know the motion was going to get expanded, and then if anybody needs to chime in at some level for any of the items that have been folded in, that would be fine. But again, I want to keep things, if people could use brevity, because I think the shuttle component of this might have a little more conversation to it. So first off, Chop Keenan did bring up the concept of we already have a bid downtown. And I am hoping that you would have some rigorous conversation with the bid to find out and start to quantify how many people we do have down here. Since a TMA is designed specifically for anybody from 1 worker to 1,000 workers, and I don't think we have 1,000 workers in any one job site here downtown, which is why we need to look at a TMA, because it's an eclectic grouping of workers. This is, I think that this is a good part, a good role for both the bid to possibly play from a quickening standpoint. I know my husband's a member of the bid. I don't know how much I'm allowed to talk about it because I'm conflicted from voting on things, but there is some parts of that is already identifiable. They already have a strong leader there. They pay for a staff member. We could possibly partner. I don't need you to answer that right now, but I do expect you to do that. I also am very impressed with the fact that you've picked up on SB 1339, which is pre-tax incentives for companies that have more than 50 employees. I think that this is another great role to play to capture all of our downtown employees and take that, as Councilmember Berman would say, off of their backs, and organize that and offer these types of incentives. I think one of the most important parts of looking at the Contra Costa system was the ability to create revenue streams from the TMA to support the concepts and the components inside the TMA. I think the way that you do have it articulated here with your 3 different phases is exactly how I had it in my head, where the city would probably be front-loading some funding, but at some point the TMA would be self-supporting at different levels throughout the city at different concepts. And I was also very glad to see a West shuttle, because now I have one coming by my home if that shuttle comes forward. And then my final comments will be with the Go Passes, since we're taking that up right now as well. And by the way, I did not know that those were the mustached cars. I've seen those mustache cars, and I'm a little tired of mustaches right now. My granddaughter's real into them, but I'm done with them. But anyway, that's what those cars are about, and I'm so glad I learned that tonight, that they are part of the car share. And I think I would give that car back if I was sharing that car. But when it comes to the Caltrain ridership, I do think that this is, Councilmember, City Manager, this is evolving. And it does seem hard for me to understand why a current worker who has just come to our city to work and is on the list for getting a parking permit for the Civic Center garage, the way I understand it, they get on the list, and then when their names come up, can't get a Go Pass right now if they want to take their name off the list. And so I just, if there's a way to kind of smooth that out, because otherwise they are, and I know how expensive it is to ride Caltrain without that Go Pass. It's not cheap. And so if there's a way to continue to work that through, I think you have the freedom to do that, and I would hope that that would be part of this element. So with that, I have 2 more lights, and that would be Councilmember Scharf and Holman, and then we can go ahead and vote on this motion.
So I just briefly wanted to address the Go Pass issue. And Jaime, you said a couple of things. I just wanted to make sure we were thinking about this right. I completely am fine with the notion of that we start this and it's a trial period, and that's why I'm more than willing to go. It's a 9-month trial, from what I understand. You're going to evaluate what the take-up is. The one part about giving everyone a Go Pass is that there's 2 situations. There's the people like yourselves right now who may be here past 11 o'clock. I forget how late Caltrain runs. And, you know, most of the time you'd use Caltrain, but there might be council meetings and other meetings that we have that go beyond that time. And so it makes it difficult, and I don't see a way to work that in for people like yourselves. And so I worry that you haven't focused on it. So I'm saying focus on yourself. I'm also a little concerned that if you offer it to people, say we said everyone could do it for 3 months and then you moved into a 6-month, people get this notion of they try it and they find that it works and they like it. And that also is something that I think that we're missing in this. And then the third part, I mean, this is the part that we've had this discussion about selling permits, like over and over again. And I saw you come up with the same concept that, well, I'm afraid to sell too many permits too quickly. You know, I saw, what do we have, 100 spaces open in the Civic Center garage right now?
Open spaces?
No, I thought you said we don't have a waiting list on the Civic Center garage. Is that correct?
We have a small waiting list of about, for Civic Center, about 50 people.
Okay. So I guess the question is that if we guessed wrong and you sold a little too many permits, which has never happened so far in our experience, sitting in the last 5 years, you've always sold too few. And I mean, I know you keep selling more and more, which actually tells me that we price it too low, that people buy a permit for one day because it makes sense and it's very convenient. And I was thinking about San Francisco and other places, you know, we're talking about 160, 170, 180 a month. So given that we price it so low and so few people, and so many people may buy a permit just for a day, I'm less concerned if you institute this was to give it to all employees, for instance, and then say, I'm going to assume that, and you know, maybe somebody has analytics on this, we're going to assume that X number of take-up, especially if you did a survey, that kind of stuff, then you'd go ahead and maybe get more uptake. And I don't think we should be prescriptive tonight. I'm just saying that I'm always a little concerned that you're a little too focused on the notion, and I don't mean that in a bad way, that we're going to sell too many permits, and we're not, and someone's going to drive around and not park. I'm actually almost a little more worried that we have vacant spaces that no one uses, frankly. Given it $60,000 a spot, I think we should err on the side of, let's lose our parking efficiently. Anyway, and thanks for all your hard work, because I know you really do a lot of hard work on this.
Councilmember Scharf, is that it for you?
That's it.
Okay. Councilmember Holman.
My questions and comments also are on the Go Pass. So Councilmember Scharf touched on some of this. So was there any survey done of city employees to see like how many of the, 437 would actually use a Go Pass? Because it looks like also that we're paying the $58,000 even if half of that number of employees uses the Go Pass. Do I understand that correctly?
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. I'm very honest, we were very limited in the amount of outreach that we were able to do to the city employees through the development of the Go Pass program, because we did see it as a meet and confer element, you know, between the bargaining units of the city and the city itself. And so we relied on the data that was available to us through the commuter incentive programs, the amount of ridership that we knew that was coming through the rail program and through the VTA program, because we had those hard numbers. And so that's kind of how we focused the numbers for ourselves. Just to make the note, because I know you'll ask later, when we were developing kind of the shuttle routes, we were using the information that was coming in through the citywide transportation survey as well. So we used the data that was available to us to develop the recommendations that are before you tonight.
Well, I'm sure you talked to the city attorney's office about this. It's like, I'm surprised that was a meet and confer item. So maybe my other question that I was thinking when I was reading this is sort of the same thing. So to further incentivize people to use the Go Pass, was there any thought of charging for those who retain their parking permit in City Hall?
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. Again, that specifically would be a meet and confer item between the city and the bargaining units, and it was not something that we had on the table during these current discussions.
Interesting. And so it is accurate to say that the $58,000 is the cost, no matter what percentage of that 437, I always forget what the number is, use the Go Passes, right?
You talk about the $86,000 number?
58,000.
Yeah, that is a fixed number because it's based on the number of existing employees at the Civic Center site.
58,000?
58,000 for the 9-month trial.
Right. So is that, okay, City Manager?
Well, let me just put it quickly in perspective, particularly as it relates to actually turning over a parking spot that is now used by a city employee, right? I mean, the way I look at it is if it costs $50,000 to construct one parking spot, we free up one parking spot, we've bought 1 year of a parking garage for one person. So if we had 100 people take this up at 50, I mean, that's $5 million. And over 20, 30 years, however you want to do it, it more than pays for itself. So even I mean, we can run very specific numbers for the council just to show you what the break-even point would be. But it's not going to take much at all for this to absolutely be a break-even thing from a cost perspective. Obviously, we want to get as much parking as possible, so the bigger uptake that we can get, then the more successful we'll be.
No, I appreciate the perspective and understand what you're saying there. It's just, you know, money's money, and I'm pretty conservative when it comes to spending money. And I sometimes tend to, oftentimes, I tend to look at, you know, if we save $10,000, how much good could we do with, you know, additional HISRAP funding? You know, for instance, it's, you know, it's. So it may not look like very much here, but it looks like a whole lot of money over here. So that's why I look at these things like this. So, okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Berman.
So I've been sitting here trying to, so I understand where staff's coming from in terms of not wanting to give go passes to everybody because we want to encourage people to turn in their parking permits and, you know, be able to actually see how many parking permits we can free up for other folks. But I think Councilmember Sharp's point is a really good one of, you know, if you give people go passes, they figure out it can actually work for them. It might encourage them to go full go pass and then give up their permit, but they might be hesitant to do it initially. And so, you know, just an idea that just popped into my head that I figured I'd offer up is, you know, what if during this trial period, we said, okay, everybody gets a go pass. If you give up your parking permit, you get a $200 lump sum, you know, exchange for giving up your parking permit. And then starting in 2015, you know, that system goes away, and all of a sudden you just get the go pass if you give up your parking permit. And so it gives employees a couple of months to figure, you know, to kind of test the waters. You could probably have the flexibility to free up 50 parking permits to other people, you know, to give that to other people who are on the waiting list, and that gives everybody a chance to give it a try. So just an idea. You guys seem like there might be some validity to that, so I'll let you guys contemplate that on your end, but something to think about, and it wouldn't cost that much.
Thank you. And we're going to go ahead and vote. I'm going to call for the vote on the recommendation number 1, which is solicitation for solicit proposals to establish a nonprofit transportation management authority. Item number 3, solicit proposals to provide car share services within city-owned parking lots. And item number 4, which is evaluate ride-share tools, including the trial of the To-Go rideshare app for coordination and marketing by the TMA, and then also the Caltrain Go passes for city employees. Please go ahead and vote. And this passes unanimously, and we are going to return for one item. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion on this one item so that we can talk about it, which is I'll move that the staff solicit proposals for an expanded Palo Alto shuttle program.
Second.
And my motion was seconded by by Vice Mayor Niss. And I'll just speak briefly to this. First off, I recognize that, City Manager, can you let me know, this map that you've given us for the shuttle routes is just a suggested concept map. It's not an exact map of where shuttles will be going. The way I understand this, that you will be looking at different prospectuses about what the shuttle demand might be, and this is going to be evolving. Is this how I'm supposed to consider this map?
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd. That's correct. However, the routes that we're showing in red there was discussion with other municipalities and some other constituents in the community around the development of those routes, so they weren't just sort of made up by staff.
Sure.
But yes, they are envisioned as certainly being open for discussion.
If I just might add, just repeating maybe what we said a little bit at the beginning, we want to have enough meat on the bone, so to speak, when we go out, that there's a sense of the perspective the city is taking and what we're after. That being said, I think we're also going to want to be building in the metrics and a performance basis here in such a way that we're able to evaluate where the ridership return is, which can also include, do there happen to be routes or approaches that we haven't thought about that a respondent could present to us, and then we'll actually have some real information and data in which to do these evaluations when we start to come back to the council and start to focus this down.
Now, I just want you to know I saw the AC Transit bus today on Embarcadero Road, and that's, I guess, is the Stanford bus that comes in from Fremont BART. And I know that that bus also picks up for the ACE train because that's a couple blocks away from Fremont BART. And so I am asking, and I know I've already told Jaime this, for us to take that in consideration, because the ACE train picks up everybody from Stockton to Manteca to Tracy to Livermore, and then they have to go all the way to Santa Clara Station on Caltrain and then take either the shuttle up from the new stadium area or go to the Caltrain station, take Caltrain up if we were to be able to swoop over and pick them up along with the BART customers, or work collaboratively with Stanford on this with their shuttle system, which I know is, I think it's like $1.30 or something to get on their bus. That would make a lot of sense for people to not have to go all the way down there and then back up to Palo Alto, because we do know that we have commuters coming in that far out. I also wanted to support the comments that were made by Councilmember Klein earlier. We do know that Palo Alto mobilizes pretty easily when schools are not in session, and I see school board members here. This is not an attack or anything, but we do know that that is a large community that hits the streets during particular areas of the time of day, and so I would love to see our shuttles consider trying to figure out how to coordinate with the school routes, because I think that that's a natural, and at the same time I think it also will allow us to build that type of public ridership technique of making sure if seniors get on that you get up, let them have a seat in the senior locations, which I think when I ride the train or the Muni up in San Francisco, can be lost when students get on and get all excited about getting to to where they want to go. I also recognize that this does seem like a very expensive concept to add more shuttles, and yet I know that we discussed this during the Stanford Development Agreement, where we saw a lot of Marguerite shuttles, 10,000 new daily trips coming in, and the concept was to have some type of sustainability efforts in order to support a much better cohesion to the shuttle systems that we have right now, so that they actually meet or are just not redundant, and we can make a smarter use of how we travel through town, so that we're behind a shuttle that we understand where it goes and how you can get on it if you would like to get on it. And believe me, Christmas time at Stanford Shopping Center would be ideal to get on a shuttle, because there's absolutely no place to park over there. And so with that, I'm excited about looking at the venture that we can have, rolling this out with our colleagues with Stanford, and in addition to seeing what other ways we can kind of help the school commute in the morning, so that we can lighten up some of those intersections and get some of our main corridors back and operational again. Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your second? Okay, she would like to speak at the end. Councilmember Price.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple comments. The proposed expansion makes a lot of sense. We've talked about it before. just a point of information, the school district does provide busing for pay for students from Los Altos Hills and from Stanford, and they do provide free bus service to East Palo Alto related to the students in the Tinsley program. But my observation is this: some of the large corporate campuses who are part of the TMA in Mountain View, in a couple of instances, those shuttles are occasionally open to people in the public. And so this isn't what you're looking at right now, but in the future kind of iteration and reexamination of this, I think those kinds of conversations really need to take place. Now, not all of them, and I can't remember who it was now. Was it Intel? Was it, I don't remember, but, and, in cases like that, perhaps they could go by City Hall on their way to their corporate destination. The other thing is with the Google buses, I've often felt that so many of these shuttle buses are empty during the day, and is there a way to coordinate with public transit or city expansion of services so that empty corporate campus buses don't sit there underutilized when we have a need to provide mobility to members of our community? So those are options, and certainly it would be interesting to see if other communities have taken advantage of some of the corporate shuttles that are sitting there empty during the day, and they have huge fleets. So these are partnerships that might be appropriate in the future. But thank you for your hard work, and this is great.
Councilmember Holman, followed by Councilmember, it's going to come up the line, Holman, Scharf, Burt.
Okay, thank you.
Schmidt.
Thank you. So appreciate that the graphic came. By the way, I didn't say this earlier, but Jessica, right? You've done a really nice job presenting tonight. You're clear in your communications. Your presentation was very good, so thank you for that. Some questions, having to looking at the map, and I understand that this is not cast in stone. There are some things that seem to be missing here, though. And just to punctuate maybe some things that have been said earlier, is there isn't any connection down El Camino to Mountain View, and whether we like it or not, Palo Altans go to Mountain View to shop because of some of our lack in retail opportunities. So I think that's really important to look at that more carefully. Understand the Red Route was developed in communication with other communities, but I think, extending this to Mountain View, I think is really, really important. Also, I can't quite tell from this if this one road is on the green route, if that is going to Charleston Center or not at Middlefield. I can't tell if that's Arrastradero or not, but Charleston Center I hope is picked up there, because that's a strong shopping area for South Palo Alto and other neighborhoods, quite frankly. So that, appreciate that you have been talking with other communities about how to coordinate this. I really, really appreciate that. I won't do anything more than just reiterate working with Google and Marguerite, I think, is a great idea. And then with the school district, I think that's essential, absolutely essential. And I hope my friends on the school board won't pummel me for this, but I think if we could look at, do some cost sharing on that too. I mean, the school sites right now are just, their traffic is just backed up in almost every direction at particular hours of the day. And I think it's appropriate to do some cost-sharing modeling with that. I know that the council majority approved this. My one thing that I'm not favoring is expanding the shuttle deep into Embarcadero Road east of 101 because I don't support that satellite parking location there. See if that captures everything. Oh, yeah. On page 393, the 1, 2, 3rd bullet talks about the West Shuttle route, and it talks about between South Palo Alto and Stanford Shopping Center. So it doesn't say anything about taking people to downtown. Is that a reflection of the fact that we've lost so much retail downtown, or is that a reflection of something else?
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. The current West Shuttle route does not include a direct connection into the downtown area. The reason why is really just a headway issue. If we did just the red route as shown without the dash into the Mountain View North Bayshore Park, it's a 1-hour headway. So to try and get into downtown, they kind of loop back around out again towards University to Stanford Shopping Center was going to add about an extra 10 minutes into the route. And so we were trying to keep it on a 1-hour headway.
Okay, appreciate that. And let me just make sure I've caught all of this here. And then, as Councilmember Burt mentioned too, there are some things that are not exactly captured in these bulleted items and recommendations that came from council. So I'm hoping we will have at the end of this vote an opportunity to bring up just a few housekeeping considerations. Thank you.
Councilmember Scharf.
I actually, as Councilmember Price expressed earlier about excitement, I think this is really an exciting development. I was thinking today, I was on California Avenue and I needed to get to Town and Country, and as you know, you go to Town and Country at noon, it's impossible to park, it's impossible to get out of Town and Country, and if there was a shuttle from California Avenue, which looks like, that's what it looks like that red thing would do, right? The red shuttle, I could take that. That would be a fantastic thing, right? To be able to go do that, and it would be such an amenity for Palo Alto to be able to get around like that. And as I looked at this today, I thought to myself, if we actually had this, I actually don't think I would need my car in Palo Alto anymore. My office is on California Avenue. I could drive it to there, park it for the day, and I could get downtown, I could get here, get to Town and Country, get to Stanford Shopping Center. I could even go out to Piazzi's and get dinner, because I like to go to Piazzi's. I think this whole loop makes a lot of sense, and I think that's great. Now, I do think the most important and exciting part about this is that we could be nimble about it. And we can change it up, and we can do it. So that does require metrics. And so I really did want to support this whole notion of metrics. Just the other day, I was listening to a presentation by the VTA on the light rail system. I can't remember the exact number, maybe Councilmember Price knows, but it seemed like it was 17%, I think is what they said, of the projected ridership when they had their projected ridership numbers. And that is so low compared to what they thought it was going to be. And they don't seem to have any ability to change it. I mean, it's now a light rail system. It goes here. It's obviously not in the right place because they only have 17% ridership. And so that's what's great about this, is we could do this. We can think about it. Frankly, I think $1 million for something like this, when you look at the city's budget and you look at $160 million roughly, is a very small investment for a huge bang for the buck. And I also did want to support the whole school thing. When you drive around Palo Alto, that is probably the most impactful part of the commute of when Palo Alto feels like it doesn't work when you're trying to get around. So if we could get as many kids in the bus or riding their bikes, it's fantastic. So I would definitely support that. And I think it looks like on the map that we are hitting all the major spots. I mean, people talked about being able to get to the Palo Alto Medical Foundation, take the shuttle up there, go. I wasn't sure about the Stanford hospitals, and I wasn't sure that was even necessary, frankly. I don't know when people go to the hospital complex out there if they actually really are going for mostly medical appointments, or if they're, that kind of stuff. I don't know if you want to address that, Jaime. I saw you jumping up.
Thank you, Councilmember Scharf. We actually developed the West Route back in 2011 as part of a community outreach process that we did to try and figure out how to make the shuttle program more efficient for the community. And I was actually Stanford University Medical Center that was a requested destination by the people that were participating in that process, and so as well as Palo Alto Medical Foundation. So I do believe that based off the input that we received at that time, that's where people wanted us to take them.
Okay, great. And then the other thing, I would like to see some outreach to Google, not to Google, to Facebook, so we have that connection out there so that people that work at Facebook, if they live down this, can take the shuttle and back and forth, and how we figure that they integrate whatever shuttles they have or whatever we do into our shuttle system so that it works. And then The other thing I thought we should just briefly touch on was traffic. Yeah. No, I think I got it all. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Well, first, I haven't heard much at all about an appreciation of our historic experience on our shuttle program from the time it was enacted in the late 90s, I think. Is that when it was launched? And its ups and downs, and what failed about it at different times, what succeeded, and what we should be making sure that we're incorporating in our thinking. It doesn't mean that we're in the exact same circumstance today that we were then, but it's not completely different either. And I'm concerned that we're going by kind of some anecdotal information and our individual notions of what might work and what might not, and that I think we're going to need to have a much better analysis on that. And some of it is the shuttle history. There were a lot of us in the community who wanted to see the shuttle program launched at a larger scale in the early years than it was, and then it never got additional funding, and then its ridership trailed off. And we had a real rejuvenation when we finally figured out, and the late Jim Birch had the great idea, well, maybe we should market it. And that's essentially what we started doing. And whoa, it was not only improved ridership, but greater value placed on it by the community simply because of that marketing. So I think there's more than just laying out a bunch of routes and presuming people will come. Part of that, too, is making it an amenity has to do with things like we don't have benches right now at our shuttle stops. It's been raised a number of times over the years. We don't have awnings when it rains, so we're going to have a lot lower ridership when it rains. And who are we trying to serve? And I mentioned earlier these the youth, but the big thing on the Crosstown shuttle in Middlefield was historically serving seniors. And when we looked to cut it back, that was the outcry, was this is a lifeline for seniors, and this could be a great value as we improve the headway to 20 minutes on that one. So I think we've got to have some real transparency on this. I think it should go to the Planning and Transportation Commission for very full vetting. That's, I think right now these are good initial discussion points, but I don't think these are ready for us to really adopt. And this, I speak as someone who has been pushing for a long time for the expansion of the shuttle, and I want to make sure we do it well so that it will be successful. There's a lot of discussion about how great the west shuttle route, the going down El Camino is, but Jaime, what's the headway on the VTA 22 and 522 bus lines on El Camino?
Thank you, Councilmember Berg. We don't have the VTA headway information with us right now. I don't know.
We don't know? I've read it recently. Oh, I see a Dean 11 just as... I'll look it up while you're still talking. All right. It's pretty accessible. It's very frequent. 12 to 15 minutes. Okay, I'm hearing Arthur Keller say 12 to 15 minutes. And under our proposed west shuttle route, what would the headway be?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. 1 hour, just as shown in red.
And do you know the stops? The VTA route stops pretty darn frequently on there. There's a lot of stops along this route, right?
The VTA route does go along El Camino Real, Councilmember Burt, but it does not serve Palo Alto's community, at least as intended within the West Shuttle route, with the connections around the
so
Jewish Community Center.
Just a sec, Jaime. You're addressing something different from what I'm focusing on. Okay. So I appreciate, and we had a long discussion when we were having the development on East Meadow Circle and the JCC and the need to serve that. That I appreciate. The discussion around what, for instance, Councilmember Scharf was saying, which is, gee, we should put this in because then we could go from Cal Ave to Town and Country real easily. And this would allow us to go from Cal Ave to Town and Country once an hour. And the existing system that we in Palo Alto undervalue grossly allows us to do it right now every 12 to 15 minutes.
and it stops right there. And we don't talk about it. And it goes back to our own marketing of our own shuttle program. VTA is trying to market countywide. We don't market the VTA service in Palo Alto. We're looking at reinventing a wheel here. Now, whether we also want to say that we should add a line along El Camino to provide service from people who are out in that East Bay Shore area to other zones, that may make good sense. The argument that we need to spend a huge amount of money to increase the service along El Camino, I don't think holds water. And the fact that we here tonight can't even cite the frequency at which a bus system that's going 24 hours a day on that 22 and 522 and throughout the main part of the day is every 12 to 15 minutes, and we aren't even talking about it. So that's a real strong example of how I think we're not thinking through the system integrations, and we kind of got the cart ahead of the horse here. Aaron, were you wanting to say something on that?
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. The only thing I was going to add is that during this RFP process, we are asking the respondents to, opine on cost efficiencies, and redundancy in service is going to be something that they have to look into. And to the VTA question, yes, there are good headways now, and then when bus rapid transit comes on in a few years, there could even be better, and there could be the elimination of it at that time. But that's something we have to look into when we get respondents.
And that's bus rapid transit, not necessarily taking a lane of El Camino, just so that the public doesn't equate those two things.
A mixed flow is the term within Palo Alto.
So it's going to go from 12 to 15-minute headway. I thought it was going to be like 10-minute headway under that.
The EIR is coming out soon, but yeah, it's going to even be less. And they're doing a whole rebranding and everything.
Yeah. Well, 22 and 522 do. 22 does. The 522 does not. Okay. Well, we should have that information out here when we look at this program and look at how we can integrate that.
I actually wanted to hear Jaime's response. He was going to respond to Councilmember Burt, and you cut him off. And I actually wanted to hear his response.
On what?
Well, when
I asked on the frequency, and we heard that.
No, but he was talking about why you would have the West Shuttle, and you cut him off and said, that's not my question, I thought. And then we went on. It was sort of
okay, so, but here, I'll be glad to let that, but you can ask that question. I asked a different question. But, Jaime, go right ahead, please.
Thank you, Councilor Burt and Councilor Scharf. The intention of the West Shuttle is to provide a link between the south portion of Palo Alto and the north part within the Stanford University Medical Center and Shopping Center. The service that Palo Alto receives from the VTA does not offer that benefit for the community, and that's why the route was developed based off that community outreach. And so regardless of the frequency of service that the community receives from the VTA along the community rail, it doesn't serve the Palo Alto community, and that's the message that we heard loud and clear and that we hear repeatedly throughout the community. And so that was all that I wanted to mention to you, is that they're two different beasts, even though they may share a small portion of the route.
Well, I wouldn't call it a small portion, Jaime. It's I look at the map here, and it's the bulk of the route is shared. It's not a small portion. And it goes back to my point. Let's be objective. Let's not be trying to slant an argument on that, especially in the staff presentation on it. So as we go through this, I think we want to look at who are we trying to serve. Jaime made the correct point that we have an underserved area of essentially we'll call it the San Antonio East Meadow area. And we have a populace of seniors that we're trying to serve. We have commuters that we're trying to serve. And we really need to have real transparency on what those objectives are. I want to speak briefly on a couple of things related to the schools buses. One thing is that I saw in the staff report a suggestion, this is on packet page 396, that Palo Alto could, the current annual City of Palo Alto general fund expense for the payment to Palo Alto Unified School District, for which the city remits to the school district for not developing coverly property, could be reallocated to pay the shuttle service.
I would not support that.
I think the city manager took that off, and you might not have been here when he did
good.
that. So.
Glad to hear that. And then the other thing is, didn't we at one time, when we early in this shuttle program, have the school district contributed $50,000 a year to this? And pardon?
A long time ago, yes.
Wait.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. You know, I wasn't here back at the time. I don't know that history, so I'll trust Mayor Shepherd on that.
Okay, so I guess that goes back to we have a staff that is very skilled and knowledgeable on a lot of these things, but we need to include a lot of the historic context. And we've got to figure out ways that we bring that historic context into the discussion, because it's valuable. And I think that within the schools issue, we really have two categories of school problems. So I don't believe with our Safe Routes to School initiative that we predominantly have issues around neighborhood schools needing school buses. I think we predominantly have issues on magnet schools and overflows. And when we look at coordination with the school district around busing, it should predominantly focus on those two areas, not looking at how we serve neighborhood schools that are being very well served by our Safe Routes to Schools initiative. Let's see, finally, nope, that covers my list. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Schmid.
Yeah, I'm a believer in transit. I think for my first 32 years, I was on transit every day, and it can lead to a rich and full life if the densities are right. I guess it is surprising to look at Palo Alto's numbers that the current shuttle system averages 375 riders a day. Google service averages 6,000 riders a day. The routes that are outlined here are attempting to find either corridors where people tend to congregate and move up and down, or to go from transit places to work places. I guess I would just suggest we want to invest money in shuttles. First, identify who's being serviced. Are we trying to just get people into businesses like the Google buses? That then should be the focus of our shuttle program, and they should be paid for by the workers or the companies. If we're trying to get a richer ridership, I think the focus should be on corridors where people come and ways of getting dispersed people to those corridors. Maybe there's bike racks available that people can bike to services that run every 10 minutes and find it convenient. Or someone mentioned earlier that cab companies, the newer cab companies are trying to do shared riding services. And, in a community like ours, maybe that's a way of getting this dispersed group into those corridors or into the workspaces. But I think experimentation is where we're going rather than just say, it's not working now, let's do more of them. So take a look carefully what the goals are and the experimental options that might be available.
Thank you, Councilmember Bourbon. Sorry. I'm going to do that all year.
Thank you very much. I think Councilmember Schmid just made some very good comments in regards to ideas like having bike racks near maybe station or stops that we think are more likely to be used by certain segments of the population, or and the question of who we're trying to accommodate with some of these routes, whether or not it's Palo Alto residents traveling internally within Palo Alto, or business commuters coming in from out of town and connecting from the different other modes of transportation. I love this in concept. I think we've heard today that there'll be plenty of work to be done in regards to actually figuring out which routes make the most sense. One kind of question I had was in regards to the Fremont BART station shuttle, and I think this has been mentioned by a couple of colleagues, but how this compares with the Dumbarton Express. And I used to have a pro bono client who'd take the Dumbarton Express over from the East Bay. I thought it was from the Fremont BART station, but I could be wrong. Then I'd pick him up at the Willows Market and drive him to my office and then drop him back off there. And so that it seemed to be a bus route that worked well for him, and I don't know if this would be redundant in comparison to that. I love the idea of working with other cities on ways that we can come up with routes that best accommodate people who live in other cities and work here, or who live here and work in our nearby cities. So love the concept, going to support the concept. It does, the price isn't cheap, but I think it can be worth it if we do it right. Let's make sure that we're keeping track of the metrics and tweaking the routes as need be, as we kind of test it out and see which routes are popular and which routes aren't. I think, let me just do a quick scan and see. A lot of my other questions have been asked. We got a couple of emails asking about the San Antonio Caltrans station. Is that something that we looked at? Is there a reason that wasn't included in one of the options, or is that something that maybe we can look at possibly adding on?
Thank you, Councilmember Berman. Just a quick note, the Dumbarton Express does go to the Union City BART station, and so we were trying to develop a route that went specifically into Fremont.
Perfect.
And would actually bypass Menlo Park to come directly into the city of Palo. That was why that route was conceived.
Thanks.
And so your question regarding the San Antonio station, again, when we developed the West Route initially through the community outreach, it just wasn't something the community asked for. But as everyone's mentioned, as part of this process, that's what we're looking for. If it's part of that outreach, implementation of the RFP, that we get feedback that that's somewhere we need to go, then I think we need to do that.
Do you guys get the emails that we get that go to the full city council listserv? It was a small subset of people, a lot of them coming from the Sierra Club chapter. But I don't know if there are other folks that might make heavy use of that station.
I think the city clerk's office kind of figures out which ones to send to us, and I don't think I've seen those.
I'll forward them to you. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Ness.
So picking up on some other sort of subtleties, but oddities as I've been thinking about it. Councilmember Burt really addressed this head on. And so it made me start to think. I was 6 years on VTA, and we couldn't get people to ride the buses. I've never quite figured it out. The ridership is low. No matter when you get on, I would suggest the next time you have a chance, jump on one of the buses. For some reason, I can almost tell you in order what people will ride. Sadly, they'll take their car first. Secondly, they love the train. They love the train. Go figure. Maybe a really nice bus, but the other thing they really like is the shuttle. And what do you think they really like in San Francisco? The big diesel-y smelling buses that are munis, or do they really like jumping on the cable car? There aren't, I mean, those are just rhetorical, obvious. We like to ride stuff that's fun. So when we start thinking about a shuttle, I think one of the reasons that people like the shuttle in Palo Alto is it has the faces on it, it's small, it's easy on, easy off for students and for people who are as old as we are. And I think that's really important for us to think of the very small, very subtle things that go into this. Other council members have hit right on, certainly Councilmember Burt hit redundancy and Councilmember Sharp hit coordination. Those are absolutely critical. We don't want to have duplicative efforts, there's no question. But we're as Greg Schmidt just said, we're in an experiment at this point. As usual, don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. Keep us so that we keep in mind what our goal is. And our goal is to make it easy to move people around in our community. It's also trying to get cars off the road, trying to cut down on the number of parking spots that we need, and hopefully cut down on our greenhouse gas and those emissions. Those are what our goals are. And I don't want us to forget those as we go along. And at the same time think, what makes you ride in something that's public transit? What compels you to go there? And I know I always think the first thing I'd like to do is take the train. The train can be tough in the middle of the day, as Adina knows. Between 10 and 2, if I'm in San Francisco, it's pretty hard to get back. So I have to think twice about whether or not I'm going to drive or take the train. So let's think about all the other aspects of this, the real life aspect, what really works for us, not just what seems to make sense on paper. And with that, unless someone else is speaking, I'm ready to support this.
Okay, then I'm going to call for the vote. And that passes unanimously. So we got through all of the items. And we can take up our next item, which is, we have a little crowd for out here, which is the direction to staff on lease terms for the renewal of the Cubberley lease between the City of Palo Alto and Palo Alto Unified School District. So do you want to take a 5-minute break to transition? Let's do a 5-minute break.
Stretch our legs for a minute.
Convene.
Okay. Maybe this will see how much it costs.
Yep.
I guess his cough isn't gone yet.
You know, if you need a few more of those pro bono clients, I'm more than happy to help out.
Okay, well, thank you, and welcome school board members. And I see a couple of members from our stakeholder group that was working on the Cubberley process earlier. So, Mr. City Manager, are you ready to kick us off? This is going to be the item called Direction to Staff on Lease Terms for the Renewal of the Cubberley Lease between the City of Palo Alto and Palo Alto Unified School District.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think we can do with this pretty quickly. I'm going to ask Hamid from Real Estate to just hit a couple of points I think that probably everybody is familiar with, but just to get us on the same page. And then I wanted to just summarize the recommendations that we have for your considerations and why we're here, and then we can turn it back over to the council, and you can do your thing with community members and with the staff. So, Hamid.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. The item before you is the Cubberley lease, which is between the Palo Alto School District and City of Palo Alto. Basically, a quick summary of a little bit of history for this lease. If you notice, the lease was executed in 1989. The initial term was 15 years. Then we exercised an option to go for another 10 years. The lease term expires on December 31st, 2014, and the lease provides a month-to-month holdover tenancy that can basically continue if we don't exercise to continue the lease or to enter into a new lease. So the holdover clause is there. A quick summary of what we are looking in terms of costs to the city in 2014. The three components of this lease are basically the lease itself, the covenant not to develop, and extended daycare. The total for 2014 is projected to be about $7,150,000. And then we notice on the next slide, this one, the total payments from the city to Palo Alto Unified School District totals approximately, from 1989 to 2013, about $136 million. And then I did some calculation looking at the payments that city will pay to the Palo Alto Unified School District, going from 2015 to 2034, assuming that we renew the lease for 20 years, not including the covenant not to develop, and also not calculating the CPI annual increases, we're looking about a total of $106 million. Thank you.
So it is almost March 2014. We've been obviously having a lot of conversations about this issue in general and the issues surrounding, in many ways, our joint use of the Cubberley site for the past 4 or 5 years in various different community conversations about that, and obviously the Citizens Community Advisory Committee and the policy group that the council and the school board had. And we do find ourselves now with 10 months left in the year before the lease on Cubberley expires. And I would just say that the council has impressed upon me the importance of us addressing and resolving where we would be on a going forward basis with the lease. And I have had at the staff level, the school superintendent and I have been exploring different ideas and options. But I think that, really reaching kind of a sticking point as it relates to the continuance of the covenant not to develop in the lease, and then secondarily even our interest in looking at also eliminating the CPI, really was a sticking point in our discussion, and I thought it would be important to again come to the council and get public direction on how we can move forward, because I know how quickly a year can slip away, and the last thing we would want to do is not be in a position, I think, to have a new lease in 2014. And so I think the staff report expresses the terms that I'm seeking explicit direction from the council about your position on in a future lease, and then some suggestions of some other issues for discussion that I haven't advanced as a particular term. But they are, one, obviously to eliminate the covenant not to develop from the lease. And the thinking, of course, there being is that the reason for the covenant has ceased to exist. And I see no public policy reason why anyone would expressly agree to do something for which they're no longer receiving the intended benefit or result from that. Along with really what the reasoning is for the consumer price index, since really the city's rental of the facilities is intentionally also to be supportive and beneficial to the school district, and ironically enough, in many ways, that the condition of the facilities and everything has been falling faster than the consumer price index has been rising. Third, to create a longer-term lease, and suggesting 20 years here, and obviously there are different ways to get to that, but I think that the city wants to have a long-term enough lease to still allow flexibility for the school district's ultimate goals for its 27 acres portion of the site, but also to allow us to plan. And as I said, we suggest that, of course, the spending that we would make on the covenant not to develop would be, at a minimum, ought to be redirected to the needed investments that are necessary in the Cubberley facilities, which would include facilities within the school district's 27-acre portion. So we would want to make sure that if we're going to make, and I think there's various estimates of $16 to $18 million, for example, in the fairly near term of what we ought to be looking at doing, that reinvestment would have some lasting value. That we consider some way to look at could we actually reconfigure the city's 8 acres within the Cubberley site if we could mutually agree to the fact that there would be a better location for both entities for school district purposes of a 27 acres and our interest in being able to ultimately and potentially redevelop the 8 acres that we own actually into a really viable long-term community center use. If it could be configured in a different way, we ought to be open to that. And a lot of these other things are sort of secondary issues, but I think still worthwhile to eliminate the language allowing the purchase of the city's 8 acres. And again, that's informed by the idea of saying we need to recognize that the community uses that are provided through those facilities are going to continue and actually would grow in the future, and the city needs to be able to explicitly plan for how we could provide those at the site, even once the school district decides that it's going to use for school purposes the other 27 acres. To take a look also at the same concept of eliminating a buyback repurchase clause on the Ventura school site. Again, that was also getting to some of the issues about how the city could reinvest in that facility. I know the mayor made a point of us having the council retreat at Ventura School, and obviously I think that also did let us just see the condition of those particular facilities, and that's again something that really is not in the community's interest to let that facility continue to languish. We had to go in and do some emergency heating repairs, for example, just even over the cold spell in this past winter, just a kind of maybe it's a little canary in the coal mine kind of signal to us, but we've got to take care of the facilities that we have. And we do suggest whether or not the council would want to consider reprogramming that some of the money that would have gone to the covenant not to develop piece, that $1.8 million, to also be able to be reprogrammed into Ventura if we work something out. Continued child care program per the terms and conditions of the existing lease, so keeping that component in there that's about $600,000 a year. And obviously, we want to be thinking about how we could plan for the use of the playing fields at Cubberley for the maximum time period possible. Again, knowing that most likely that's obviously going to continue to fall within the 27 acres that the school district has. Obviously, the best planning we could do about how long those pieces should last ought to be there. Then there is one of the things I think we need to, and I can get Hamid to deal with, is whether or not we're actually still paying rent for the city's 8 acres portion in the calculation for the rent. I'll let him speak to that, but obviously I don't think we should, anyway, that's still a factor that the city should be paying rent for property it actually owns to rent it back from ourselves. Then the next item just identifies some issues. I wasn't recommending those particularly right now, but they may be things we want to look at. Adjustment of the rent paid to the school district if we lost some anchor tenants, particularly a large one such as Foothill College. Obviously, we know at some point in a few years there's a potential, obviously, that they could completely relocate to their new satellite campus down near Moffett Field, and that's close to it. I think that one lease is close to $1 million a year. So do we share in that risk or that loss at all? This 24-month notice clause in the existing lease, which gives the school district the right to cancel the lease. Understand the intention about that, but we ought to think about the implications. And then lastly, Kevin and I were able to begin some, I think, good discussions, but not reach anything substantive, and really seeing that was probably a conversation that would be a longer time frame than the renewal of this Cubberley lease. But are there enhanced sharing of school district facilities and access with the city or with the community at large, for which ultimately the council could decide that has value that is worth considering how that exchange might be made, and is that ever factored into maybe some other new future agreement? So those are the thoughts. I think that really an explicit public direction would be the most expeditious way for us to be able to be clear to look at how we would move forward with a lease that we could all agree to, rather than, again, ending up without a lease or having to, and essentially say, unilaterally offer lease conditions if it got to the end of the year. I would prefer to be able to get your direction and see what we could do. So we're ready to answer questions, comments, whenever you desire, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I do have public comment cards on this item, and so we're going to go out to the public, and you can come up and speak to this item. We have our first speaker will be Janice Shaw, to be followed by Robert Moss, and you will have 3 minutes. Welcome, Janice.
Good evening. Thank you. I'm Janice Shaw, Executive Director for Palo Alto Community Childcare, and we are the grateful tenant and manager at the Ventura School site. And so happy that you were able to have your retreat in our beautiful multi-purpose room, a room we love, actually, just a little cold sometimes. But currently the Ventura community space serves over 100 children per day in quality childcare programs. The children and the professionals caring for them are working in buildings that are far overdue for significant improvements. And the city manager just mentioned the emergency heating that happened. The project, I can only imagine how costly that was. We are very grateful that such an importance was given to that project. It happened to be the children's classrooms that was cold, not our administrative office. And the buildings are falling apart. And I really do believe that the city and PAC need to have a secure future before investing the kinds of dollars that are required to enhance that facility. I'm very excited that this is a potential to have a long-term lease. And PAC is very excited to potentially partner with the city in those major improvements. I've been there for 20 years. I have 20 years of ideas of how to improve the classrooms and the facilities for the children. No longer is paint and carpet doing the trick. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and it was cold, Janice. Robert Moss, to be followed by Diane Reckless.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd and council members. Well, I'm delighted to see that the staff is finally recommending not paying the covenant not to develop. I've been urging that for almost 20 years. I refer to that money as the don't throw Brer Rabbit in the briar patch money. However, I disagree that that money which is saved should be used to maintain, whoops, you want to reset that? It should not be used to maintain the facility. We've been doing that with city spending to maintain the school district property for decades. I remember the Terman Working Group, as an example, when the city took over Terman, we had to spend almost $2.8 million before we could move in and use the site. Leaky roofs, bathrooms that didn't work, broken windows. The owner of the property, and the school district owns Cumberly, should be responsible for maintenance, not the tenant. I agree with the recommendations to eliminate the CPI and eliminate the language allowing the school district to purchase the city's 8 acres. We got that acres in exchange for Terman when the school district reopened Terman. I don't think we should have a 20-year lease. I think a 10-year lease with an option is long enough, because it's quite possible that within 10 or 12 years the school district will want to reopen Cumberly for a school. I think that we have to be very careful when we talk about what we're going to be doing with Ventura. There is a real possibility, if the school population keeps increasing, that the school district will want to take that back, just as they wanted to take, and they did take Terman back. So whatever we do with Ventura has to be done very carefully and in coordination with the school district. If we spend a lot of money repairing it and the school district takes it back, we've lost that money. on playing fields. I don't know if you're aware of this, but for many years, the city paid to maintain the school district's playing fields. And in exchange, the city was allowed to use the playing fields for various city programs during the summer and on weekends. But again, the owner of the property, the school district, should be maintaining the facility. We shouldn't be paying to maintain their fields. They should be doing it. So I'd like to see more of a step back from this, what $336 million paid over the years to the school district is a lot of money. And we shouldn't be continuing to pay that in order to maintain the city's, rather the school district's facilities and property. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Reckless, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Hi, I'm Diane Reckless, 3410 Janice Way. And I'd like to really point out there's a difference between negotiation between adversaries and versus cooperation between two bodies that have very much common and overlapping interests. This document is negotiation between adversaries. However you pronounce it. Anyway, I'd like to see us move much more into let's work together, because it's really in everybody's interest. But taking this document, since that's what we have, it's very much a selfish document. Every point is to take money away from schools, give it to the city. That's perhaps not where we want to go. Going through number 1, eliminate the covenant not to develop from the lease. This directly removes $1.8 million of annual income to PAUSD and puts the money towards buildings that can never be used for school purposes unless they're built to ADA code, and we haven't talked, nobody's implying that that's going to happen. So the district can't afford to build buildings for somebody else that they can't use. So we've got to fix that one. Eliminate the annual CPI increases. This reduces payments over time, and it eliminates the protection of the current lease amounts from the threat of inflation. The city could and would charge its tenants more as inflation rises, but this increase would not get to the PAUSD. I remember the 18% inflation during the 1980s. Do you? That could happen. Create a longer-term lease. Again, good for the city, but ties the hands of the district. Reduce the district flexibility and increase the city's flexibility. The potential reconfiguration of the 8 acres. That could be great. Let's work together. Let's figure out what's going to work. The language allowing PAUSD to purchase the city's 8 acres, again, reduces the district's flexibility, increases the city's flexibility. Eliminate the buyback repurchase, again, reduces the district's flexibility, increase the city's flexibility. Continue the child care program. Why not expand this wildly popular program? Allow for use of the playing fields at Coverly? Well, sure, let's expand the shared use of the playing fields at all sites, including at the existing sites, schools. Other issues to consider, the process for adjustment of the rent paid. If the city loses the anchor tenant, gee, if the city gets a tenant that pays more, are they going to adjust it the other direction? I'd be surprised. 24-month notice clause in the existing lease. Well, many people, that's talking about the compact high school. An awful lot of people think that someday it's not going to be a compact high school we're talking about, but a full-fledged high school. So let's not have our city document assume a compact high school. That decision has not been made. Okay, I guess I have to sum up. My biggest sum is that this document is no different from the opening negotiation gambit I would have expected 2 years ago, before the CCAC began to meet. It's disappointing to say the least. It doesn't seem as though anyone ever read the report we sweated so hard to produce with impossible deadlines. And
thank you. Liz has messed up, so the buzzer should have gone off a while ago, but so go ahead and sum up.
In interest of my former colleague, I didn't let it beep.
Oh, that was sweet. A third of you have been up there too, over there. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Stephanie Munoz.
Yes, council members, I'd like to endorse the previous speaker's remark. The particular one, we are not talking about adversaries. We are not talking about competitors. We are talking about two people in the same community family. And I would like also to endorse the city manager's remarks. The city is calling all the shots. That we can just remove the shoulds from it all. The city has all the cards, and they're looking out for the interests of the school district and the school children, and that is why they're at Cumberly to begin with. What I want to say, however, applies particularly to the part that the city owns. You know, Google may go bankrupt. The Rockies may crumble, Gibraltar may tumble, but come what may, every September, school children are going to walk into the Palo Alto Unified School District to be taught reading and writing and arithmetic and social justice. Somebody has to teach those children, and those teachers have to live someplace. We have been breaking our necks trying to raise the prices of land in Palo Alto, and we've succeeded very well, to the point where teachers not only can't live in Palo Alto, they can't live in Menlo Park. And we're working on Redwood City, Mountain View, Cupertino. I believe, and I have talked to the teachers, not the teachers. Well, I did that a few years ago. I talked to the Palo Alto School Board, and they said, oh, well, the teachers don't want housing. Well, no, they don't. The teachers that are there now, they have housing. But the teachers who are there now, who are living in million-dollar houses that they bought for $30,000, $50,000, $100,000, they're going to go. And they're going to be new teachers, and they have to live someplace. Palo Alto could make money, more money than Foothill College as a tenant, if they developed that 8 acres as teacher housing. And I mean luxury teacher housing. I don't mean bare bones, affordable housing that needs subsidies. If a developer can take a couple of acres and put housing on it and pay $1 million an acre, $6 million an acre, $8 million an acre, and then build a facility and still make money, certainly the city of Palo Alto can build a facility without paying for the land which is already owned and make money, really make money. They're making money from Foothill College. Why can't they make money from the teachers who need a place to live? Please just think about it. I know, here I am. Just please think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. City staff, do you have anything you want to add from public comment? If not, I'll take it to colleagues.
Well, there are two things. I don't think it's at all a fair characterization that this is at all one-sided. I mean, we're, including continuing the majority of the funding as it has always been there. Secondly, we all have the same problem, which is land is valuable in Palo Alto and land is scarce. And the school district has that problem and the city has that problem. It's a shared problem. We have 8 acres there. And I think I neglected to state clearly that I think in the same way that the school district, when it reaches the point that it needs the 27 acres, it needs to invest in building a new school, is going to build a nice facility there. We have 8 acres, and we're using additional space to provide lots of community needs that are in high demand. Daycare and the demand for potentially increased daycare, different kinds of classes. We just had discussions about art programs, all sorts of other things. Why wouldn't we want to build a decent facility and space there on our 8 acres? So this isn't just, as I see, an issue of just doing maintenance to keep things going. That's a piece of it. But the city ought to be considering how it would build a viable ongoing facility for the 21st century for these different needs, daycare and classes and outreach and education and those things in South Palo Alto in that location. It seems to me that we have a programmatic and fiduciary and community responsibility to do those things right. And this is an opportunity to be able to reprogram some money to be able to do that in the same way that we would expect that when we're done also helping hold in trust this land available for the school district when the time comes to do that, that they're going to build the facility that the school kids in our community are going to need. So I do think that we've been informed all along about how we share the space, share the benefits, and share the future at this site together. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. And I'll bring it back to colleagues, of which I see no lights right now, so if anybody wants to be the first to jump in. And Councilmember Klein.
I just have a question. I assume we're just going for questions right now, Madam Mayor. We had discussed at various times, and I know I'm in favor of it, a provision that would adjust the rent to take into account when the city purchased the 8 acres and did not have a full adjustment at that time. And did the staff reject that for some reason? Or I remember you even quantified what it was.
I was actually having a hard time calculating the number when we were pretty quickly trying to bring this to council, so maybe Hamid can answer that for you.
When we did the exchange of Terman for the Carberly site, the rent that city was paying to Palo Alto School District was reduced by the amount that was receiving from JCC for the rent of Terman.
Right.
The methodology was kind of flawed. What they should have done really, they should have reduced the rent by what we were paying for the 8 acres at Carberly. And I did some calculation. Basically, the difference there was about close to $543,000. And then starting in 2001, if you take that amount, which was the difference, and bring it to today's value, it would be about $1 million. So in other words, instead reducing, saying, okay, you were getting $276,000 on JCC, and that's the reduction you're going to receive. What they should have really looked at as what city was paying on the Carberly, the 8-acre site. And basically, that should have been the methodology. But basically, that's the way, so that's how they did it.
I wasn't clear whether the numbers you were using were per annual basis or cumulative.
This is the 543,000 is annual, and then looking at it, if that money was invested at 5%.
I'm only looking going forward.
About 500. That amount was $543,000. In
2001 dollars.
Yes.
I'm still not clear, and I want to be very clear on this. And let's go back. The amount that we're paying for lease of Carberly is $4.7 million.
Now it is. That's correct. Yes.
Yes. And and as I recall, the city council back then specifically chose to allow the rent to be computed on this lower basis. But if we were computing the rent for the 27 acres in the same way we were computing it on the 35 acres prior to the purchase of the 8 acres, you're telling me now that the rent would be $4.2 million instead of $4.7 million. Is that correct?
Not exactly. I have to calculate, but approximately somewhere in that range. You're correct. Approximately that number is correct. But is that the exact number? I need to calculate it.
So Councilmember Klein, without getting to what the exact number is, because I'm not sure that your intention is motivated purely by the number as it is to the methodology, the rationale or the justification.
No, I'm not. I'm just interested in the rough parameters of what we're talking about here, because it seemed to me really a matter of fairness that we be charged for the rent on the basis that we were paying for the entire 35 acres, not this lower amount. And I'm surprised the staff didn't include it. Was there some reason that you did not include it in this calculation that you're making to us tonight?
I think basically we were not really sure if that's, since that agreement was approved by the city council back then, we can include it in part of the recommendation, we can put it in there, but that was something that we didn't really put into in the report at that point.
If there's I'd like to suggest, if the council is interested in being sure this component is part of the way we're calculating the future lease, and I do apologize, I haven't lost it completely, but my IQ is dropping here at 10 o'clock after stuff, so kind of trying to do some computations on the fly myself without being able to sit down with Hamid to look at it. I'd rather be able to take directions and then report back to the council what that figure would be.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schmid?
I think it's important to start from the point that the city and the school district have a joint interest in Coverly. It's a basic magnet for families in Palo Alto, our schools, the availability and the quality of schools. It's a key aspect of our continuing rise in property values, and it benefits us as well as it benefits the school district. School district has an interest in the city maintaining those property values as best they can. So I think the issue we have is how can we work together to maintain the health of our cities and the prosperity of our city? How do we continue to draw young families into town that are willing to pay not just the cost of the property, but the higher property taxes? So looking from that perspective, I guess I look at the covenant not to develop, the $1.8 million. And it seems to me reasonable that the city should get that money to invest in the maintenance of the Coverly property. School district has an interest in that property being maintained to, in a way, pay for insurance or the security of their property. And the investment in that property goes into kid-related activities, playing fields, child care, things that supplements and helps the basic school day. So I see those as a joint interest of the school district wanting Coverly to succeed and confronting the fact that at this time period, the plant is deteriorating and needs help. So let's jointly work on that. I think a second divisive issue is what to do with Foothill College when they leave. They, in a way, are the anchor tenant, paying 2 to 3 times the amount of any other tenant there. Even with that income, the city is losing money on an annual basis. So they're subsidizing what other activities are going there. And Foothill is leaving. Now, what happens to the city? Does the city put in extra subsidy for the property? or reasonably look for a new tenant. If they want to look for a new tenant, obviously they have to fix the place up, make it work. So I guess there's a choice on Coverly. One, do you want to pay for lower value if it's not fixed up very well? Or two, do you want to sign an accord for a longer term period, such as the 20 years, which would allow the property to be fixed up and rented at a higher rate? I think there is a choice in there that is important. I support most of the other activities, that the continued use of the school sites for childcare, playing fields, the 8 acres that the city has. The city, I think, has an interest in developing that intensively so that they could put on the 8 acres many more activities than currently can be put into the existing buildings. The one area I guess I would really question is the Ventura. Buy back the option. Ventura is an old school in the Ventura neighborhood. It's been closed for years. It's a neighborhood that is surrounded on one side by the tracks, on the other by El Camino, meaning that every kid in that neighborhood has to cross either the tracks or El Camino to get to school. That area has been identified in our housing element for 44% of the new housing sites in the city. Now, that means if we're going to continue to be a magnet for families, there's going to be more kids there. How can we invite families into a neighborhood that doesn't have a school, in which we say, oh, you've got to walk across El Camino or the tracks to get to your kindergarten? I would not vote for that buyback clause unless the school district very clearly states we don't want Ventura for a school. And then I think the city needs to look long and hard at what happens to that neighborhood. Currently is the neighborhood that has the lowest property values in Palo Alto, 20% beneath the next lowest, 33% beneath the city average. We don't want to create a neighborhood that is not a part of the community. So I think Ventura is an important decision, and both the city council and the school district ought to take a hard look at what we want. So those are my thoughts on
Vice Mayor Niss.
Well, Greg, our thoughts are pretty aligned. And I think also because we've been discussing this for such a long period of time, but I'd like to wind the clock way back, 87, 88, and think which of us were there at that time. Diane was there. Larry was there. I don't see Mike Cobb here tonight, but Mike Cobb was there. Pardon?
I think Carolyn Tucker was part.
Yes, but who is in this room tonight? And I'm going to see if our recollections are the same. At that period of time, and as I recall then I was president of the school board was in very dire straits, extremely. I think probably Diane Reckless remembers this better than anyone else, because it wasn't until the end of that period, when basic aid kicked in at the end of that decade, that the school district finally got back on their feet. I remember talking to my friends on the city council and saying, we need money. We are in a really tough spot. At that point, the city had considerably more money than we did. I know we won't have total agreement on the utility users tax. I have one agreement of it. Probably Larry has another agreement of it. My recollection at the time was this was our method for channeling money into the school district and being able to salvage what was then happening at that point, which was an empty school. And the empty school is what we're still discussing today, which is hard to believe. This is now many years later, and although, as I said, I really align much of what I'm going to say with what Greg said, the school really is deteriorating. If you have not really gone through it later, and thank you, Greg Betts, who gave me an extensive tour in May and June, it is in very tough shape. And somebody who mentioned going back into there as a high school, you couldn't possibly use that again for kids at this point, would be my assessment. I can't imagine that happening. It's completely outdated as far as its style, as far as the configuration. The asphalt is buckled. There are electrical systems that don't even look safe to me. I'm sure they are. I don't want to just hear from the insurance companies, but it looks dicey. And if you haven't gone down there recently, I'd suggest you go and look at it. Regardless, it is in great demand. It serves a real purpose. I think Greg Schmidt summed that up nicely. This is a magnet for that community, especially in that particular area. And every school field in this city has enormous value. And it also is often in contention in many ways as well. I think recently a far better job has been done of dealing with that. But at this point, I think I can improve on what Greg Schmidt said, other than I'm not in agreement about Ventura. I somehow cannot see Ventura coming out of its long-term involvement with PAC and becoming an elementary school once again. I could see why it might be tempting with lots of kids who are in that area. But those are my thoughts at this time, and I'm interested in hearing what others will say as well. But I do think that this is definitely a mutual agreement between us. At the same time, it is unusual to have a city in a long-term lease with essentially a deserted school. The school has been closed since 1978. When my kids were little, they went to Greendale. If we had stayed in that neighborhood, they would have been destined for Coverly, but Coverly would have closed long before they would have had a chance to go there. So, thoughts for the moment? Thank you, Mayor Shepherd.
Councilmember Scharf.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts on this, first of all. This is really a balancing of interests. I think we do need to work cooperatively with the school district, and I think that's what we've been trying to do. And what I understood from the city manager is we've really come to an impasse on the issue of eliminating the covenant not to develop. And, you need to put something out there to negotiate, and I think a lot of these other terms, some people feel more strongly or less strongly about that. I think, at least for me, and I think for a lot of members of the City Council, eliminating the covenant not to develop is something we actually have to do. It makes no sense. In fact, I've never understood how it passes the muster of not giving away public funds. I mean, there's a law against a gift of public funds. This is a gift of public funds. It's fairly obvious. There's no risk these school sites are going to be developing. It's not going to happen. At the time it was done, it made sense. There was a risk. But at this point, it doesn't pass the smell test. I mean, it's clearly something that makes no sense. So the question is then, do you want to figure out how to give the school district another $1.8 million in some other way? Or do you want to say, no, we don't need to subsidize the school district. Things have changed since Councilmember Niss pointed out, the school district in 1988 was in dire straits, needed the money. It's clear to me at this point, it's sort of funny. We talk about traffic and parking and development and all those issues that are plaguing our city at the moment. The flip side of that is property taxes are going through the roof. I don't remember the exact number, but I think, property taxes were up like 6.58%. I don't know, Lalo, you're sitting there. The school district gets a huge amount of that property taxes. I am guessing if we're going to eliminate it, now is the time to do it. And the property tax is going to continue to increase for the next foreseeable 3 or 4 years at least. So the impact of doing it now is cushioned. And I think the message I'd like to give to the school district is, yes, let's work cooperatively. Let's look at all these issues. Let's negotiate them out. But right now, we seem stuck on eliminating the covenant not to develop. And I think we need to send a clear message that that has to go. And I think that's really what we're going to be doing tonight, is saying that and setting forth the rest of these items to go ahead and let's negotiate those. And, you know, I support the Ventura site. I think that the school district's not going to take it back. But we clearly want to hear from the school district on that. And it can't be just an issue of we might want to take it back in the next 100 years. That doesn't really work. If you go over there, which Mayor Shepherd highlighted, you know, it's cold. PAC could really do some improvements over there, as they talked about. And it's a balancing of interests. The community will benefit strongly if PAC goes ahead and remodels that and does stuff to it and makes it a better place. The same with Coverly. It can't just be a situation that, hey, we don't know if we want Coverly 2 years or 20 years. It makes a huge difference to the community. If you really don't think you need the Coverly in 20 years, your portion of it, then you should give us a 20-year lease and allow us to invest in Coverly and make it a great community facility that the community can count on for 20 years. If you do need it, and you have real plans to do that, then you need to say so. And I think it can't be that we can't really make a decision because we need as much flexibility as possible. And I think that's really what we're doing tonight, is we're saying, let's have a public discussion. Let's talk about what your needs are and what our needs are, and let's do that in a cooperative way. And let's not get stuck on the covenant not to develop, because that's going to go away. I mean, I don't think we in good conscience as a body can be passing that kind of money out with that doesn't make any sense in terms of today's climate. So with that, I will move the staff recommendation.
I heard a motion from Councilmember Scharf. I'm going to go ahead and take Councilmember Klein's second. Sorry, Liz. Do you want to speak any further to your motion?
Just briefly, I just wanted to emphasize that I do think this is a cooperative process. And I do hope that we come to a resolution of this quickly. And I am a little concerned with the superintendent, frankly, leaving. And I think one of the questions we had in here was a timeline. And I would encourage both us and the district to come up with a joint timeline that makes sense. Because I'm not sure how this works if the superintendent leaves in June, at the end of June. If we have to start again, that's not going to work. And so I think there's really a push, let's get this done while Superintendent Skelly is still here, and get it wrapped up in more timely manner.
Councilmember Klein, do you want to speak to your second?
Yes. I feel very conflicted in talking to this motion, since I was the co-author of the utility tax proposal and the lease that the city entered into when I was on the city council before in the 1980s, 1987, 88. Then Councilmember Frank Patitucci and I came up with this idea after a council meeting one night, and I think many of you may recognize where how we did it. We did it, talked it through in the garage downstairs, standing next to our cars at presumably probably 11 o'clock. Meetings didn't go as long back then as they do now. And of course, it was refined to some degree, but we carried the proposal through. We talked to various stakeholders in town, the school district people, of course. And as we all know, it narrowly passed that year. We then negotiated the Coverly lease and the covenant not to develop with the school district. And as I recall, the two negotiators at the end were myself for the city council and Joe Simidian for the school district. So I'm really in agreement with what Vice Mayor Niss had to say, maybe just adding some more color. So I've always regarded the arrangement with the school district here as sort of my baby. But that doesn't mean babies stay babies. They don't. My kids, who I must note, did go through the Palo Alto Unified School District K through 12. My older son was in the first class at Palo that absorbed the kids who otherwise would have gone to Cubberley. So I know Cubberley from that aspect as well. Anyway, children grow up and so do leases in a certain sense. What we did in 1988 obviously needs to be changed here in 2014. And with all due respect to Diane Reckless, whom I regard as a friend, this isn't one-sided or anything. This is something that just has to be worked out. It's a zero-sum game, unfortunately. We certainly recognize that any dollar less that we pay means a dollar more for the city and a dollar less for the school district. That's just inevitable. And we've tried to, I think the staff has tried to ameliorate that by saying that a lot of the reduction would go to maintain or improve or really sort of save Cubberley in a different way than we had a quarter century ago. Those of us who've walked through it know that Cubberley just is not a viable enterprise long-term or even over a short term. Several speakers have pointed out the city's financial position and the school district's financial positions have changed over the quarter century. The school district, I know, could use more money, so could the city. But the discrepancy that was very wide in the 1980s is no longer so wide. It's really interesting that our budgets are now almost identical, how much money we spend each year. So the city can no longer afford to be as generous as we were in the 1980s. And the utility users tax is, I have to point out, cities. We had a great deal of help in getting it passed from people who were active in the school community, but it was a tax that only the city could levy. And certainly we told the voters that roughly speaking, 2/3, 70%, I can't remember the numbers at the moment, of the money would be really spent to help the school district. And we negotiated with the various large utility payers. Again, only the city could have done that. But that's all history. We have to go forward. And I think we do need a new lease. And I think the terms that the staff have outlined are actually fair. There's no absolute right or wrong answer. Though the covenant not to develop, I must say, comes pretty close to being one where there is no doubt that it's what the right answer is. I don't see how anybody can explain to our voters, most of whom are voters in both the school district and the city, as to why the city should be paying for something that really has no value. That just doesn't make any sense. So we need to move forward. I would hope that we negotiate in good faith, reach an agreement. I do have to disagree with Councilmember Scharf in one way. I think we need to get it done before the end of the year. People come and go, and Superintendent Skelly is not going to be there anymore. Doesn't mean that we stop. There are plenty of people in the school district who can negotiate, and then I think that we just have to do it. I, for one, strongly hope we get a new lease in place. I would have trouble supporting the idea that we should continue on a carryover basis paying what we're doing now once we get past January 1st. That just doesn't make any sense to me. We need to work out a deal. It's as simple as that. So let me go through the provisions in the same way that Councilmember Schmidt did. I agree with all of them. I would disagree with him with regard to Ventura. I think that I've heard school board members, I should say, over the years say that Ventura was just not a possibility as a school. And if that's the case, then we need to do something to allow the city to spend the money necessary to improve the facility so it's the right thing for another group of children. The children at PAC and the other tenants at Ventura may not be in the Palo Alto School District yet, but they're still our kids. And there are 1,000 of them there, and they need to be protected as well. And if the school district wants to have Ventura back, then they ought to buy it from us, and we'll find some other place for PAC. And the city, I don't think, should be in the land bank business. If the school district wants the money, they just passed a few years ago a huge bond issue. They were able to buy the property on San Antonio and so forth. We have to take care of our responsibilities. One of our responsibilities is the child care responsibilities, and we're not doing a good enough job right now because we cannot improve Ventura to the degree it needs to be improved. We've heard talk by the very excellent committee about that we jointly appointed to assess what should happen to Coverly. And I think the joint use idea is aspirational. It would be very nice if we could do it. I don't see it getting done anytime soon. I think we have to have a new lease in place for 2015. If we can then, over the years, work out a joint use proposal, that would be great. But I don't see that in the near term, and I think we need to move forward. The two provisions that we have talked about that I would like to add to the motion are, one is to adjust the rent so that we're paying the same square footage on the 28 acres as we were on the 35 acres. Is that clear? I don't know.
We should put that in the motion. I would agree to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the 27 acres.
27, did I say 28? Yeah, sorry. And the other one is one that may be aspirational as well, but I think that we need to at least talk about it. And that is, how do we handle the small portion of Palo Alto that is not in the Palo Alto Unified School District? Should they be annexed or somehow obtain some benefit out of the money that's presently being paid by the city to the school district for Coverly? So I would say that add a 10th point to say that we discuss with the school district appropriate measures to be taken in behalf of the portion of the city of Palo Alto that is not in the Palo Alto Unified School District. I know that's an issue that the mayor, I think, has been particularly concerned with, and maybe she'll have something to add to that. Are you?
So when you say discuss the appropriate measures, that's pretty open-ended. So and I think that's good that it's open-ended.
It's deliberately
We're not really being prescriptive. But I mean, I know that I've had some offline discussions with Superintendent Skelly regarding the difficulty of opening up the annexation issues and how complicated that is. And I mean, if we want to get this done by the end of the year, I'm very concerned about what that means. Well, and that complicates it in a way that's concerning to me in terms of being able to actually get this done. Well, I mean, I think it's a good discussion to have. I mean, I think it'd be great if it was all one school district and on the contiguous boundaries. But I'm concerned with, and if it's just discuss, I think that's fine. But so it's just discuss. Why don't we just?
Well, I'd put it in the same category as number 4 in the staff report, explore new terms with the district to allow potential reconfiguration of the 8 acres. Okay. That's not going to get done in 2014 either.
As long as staff understands that, I'm fine with it. I mean, as long as that's the context. And then I think the other thing, I assume, do we intend to put in, if you could toggle the thing, because we don't see it up here. The next. That some of those dollars, total investment in the Coverly Community Center as well as the Ventura Center.
Oh, I'd agree with that. Yeah.
I also wanted to know if you wanted to clean up any of the other items on, if they could toggle the recommendations to the next slide, there's 3 bullet points that are issues for discussion, which is adjustment of rent paid by the city of PAUSD if city loses anchor tenant, such as Foothill College, 24-month notice clause in the existing lease, which gives the landlord the right to cancel the lease, and discussion of better access to other school site fields and facilities.
Yeah, I would say we should try and eliminate the 24-month notice clause to cancel the lease. That we should have a discussion of better access to other school sites. And I put that in the same category as, number 4, the one we just added. And then I would say that, we should have a discussion of adjustment of rent. And, adjustment of rent, maybe on a short-term lease, I would be much more interested in adjustment of rent than a long-term lease in terms of the strength of how I feel about that. But I think we should definitely discuss it.
Yeah, I would agree with all those. I would just add on the adjustment of rent, since former school member Reckless mentioned that she thought it was unfair. I'm quite willing to say that if we got more rent than we were paying, that glad to share the profits with the school district as well. That's an easy promise. This gives me the opportunity to say this isn't usual real estate. This isn't property where anybody is going to make a huge profit in renting the space out. We can't rent to Google or Apple or any of those people on our 8 acres or the whole 35 acres. We're renting only to nonprofits that can't afford significant rents, and we are dealing with a building that is run down. So we're not going to get $7 a square foot like the downtown rents are. We're going to get something like we're paying right now, and Foothill has been a very, very good tenant. We'll be fortunate if we can find somebody to replace them. And it's just a big risk to take, and it seems to me only fair that it is such a huge, huge risk financially that we need to share that risk.
Thank you. And I have 3 more council members that have been waiting for their turn. So Councilmember Price.
Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone's comments. I won't reiterate a lot of the comments already made. I think I largely concur with the recommendations. The point that I'm struggling with is the Ventura site for many of the reasons that have already been expressed. But what I want to make sure my takeaway is correct, is that if we continued with the buyback repurchase option as it currently exists, would that absolutely deter us, prevent us, dissuade us from investing in the Ventura site to bring it up to the level it needs to be a high-functioning building and site to serve the tenants and the community members that use it right now and in the future?
Thank you, Councilmember Price. Lalo Perez, Chief Financial Officer. There is a provision in the agreement that states that if any capital program it's entertained by the city over the amount of $100,000, which was inflated by CPI from the time of the agreement, must be approved by the school district in order for us to go forward. So anything that reaches the current amount, and I don't have it off the top of my head, we would need to approach the school district and they would need to approve that project for us to go forward. You may recall within the last year we had a project out there, in not the buildings themselves, but the grounds, and we did go through that process with the school district. So it just makes it a little more challenging that not knowing, when, if they're going to need it in terms of making an investment. We've been putting off a project to permanently fix the heating system. We've been doing patchwork because of the uncertainty, and it's in the neighborhood of $600,000 plus at the moment. The last time we costed this out in a CIP, so it needs to be updated. So it's just creates a little more of a challenge in not knowing with certainty what our working parameters are in terms of making significant investments in the property.
Okay. And it seems to me that we continue to operate in an environment of major uncertainty, because I certainly don't think the school district has been explicit about its need for the site. And I know that when I was on the school board, we had some discussions about the site. And, it is very problematic, the current site and the way, the access to the site. The other side of this observation, though, is the whole corridor there, the Fry site, the intensity of development. I mean, existing multifamily unit and single-family unit residential properties in that area do need and should have the opportunity for a community center that's accessible and that's nearby, but it needs to be at the level that's comparable to facilities throughout the city. So I'm really struggling on this piece, absolutely. I do recognize that over the years, we are a community, we provide services, we have similar constituents, we have a broad partnership, a long history with the school district, and we support and we really help each other. I think the current sort of financial situation of both entities and the pressures that we're both under to deliver services in a time when we're struggling with, Prop 13 and all these things that just make it so hard to deliver. It sort of puts us into this impossible conversation. So I'm still struggling on point 6. I do agree with the other items. My only caveat is on the issue of the potential reconfiguration of the city 8 acres on point 4, is that if we move forward in this direction, my biggest concern, I think I've said it before, is that if there were an absolute discussion regarding configuration, that we would make sure in our negotiations or discussions that it would in no way preclude the opportunities for PAUSD to develop the site for an educational use or develop an educational facility. There are site planning considerations, access and egress considerations, and I think, frankly, all the community work and joint work that's been done, we need to absolutely assure the community that anything that we might consider there as a city entity would not in any way preclude the appropriate development of the site for educational uses if PAUSD decides to do that. So those are my comments, and I wish we weren't in this position. I wish we didn't have to have these discussions, but I do think it's necessary, and I do think it's overdue. Thank you.
Councilmember Berman.
So I love our schools. I'm a product of our schools. I was back at one of our high schools this morning giving a TEDx talk the talk was only 18 minutes long. I probably spent 50 hours preparing for it because I respect our students that much and the program they were putting together and wanted to do a good job for them. And I love Cubberley. I played a lot of basketball there in the 80s. I played a ton of soccer there in the 90s. A lot of fond memories. And anytime I want to reminisce, it's really easy because I can just go back to Cubberley. It looks the exact same. I guess I don't look at this as taking money away from the school district and giving it to the city. I look at ending the covenant not to develop as ending an agreement that's obviously obsolete at this point and investing that money in the community and investing that money in possibly 2 community assets in Southern California, or in Southern California, in Southern Palo Alto, in Cubberley and the Ventura School/Community Center, those neighborhoods and our community deserve better from those assets. They're heavily used assets that have really fallen into disrepair over the last couple of decades. And because of the situation that we're in, nobody takes ownership of it, and nobody's willing to invest the resources necessary to make them worthy assets of Palo Alto. So it is, this is awkward for all of us, and but I don't think it's unfortunate that we're at this place, because if we weren't at this place, we're at this place because the city's had a very generous arrangement with the school district for a long time, and that's benefited everybody, I'd say, except for the physical structures at Coverly and Ventura. And it's time that we refocus those assets, or those resources, to those two assets. I've been really surprised by the heavy use that Coverly gets, especially in the shape that it's in, and all I see there is a ton of potential. It gets so much use right now. Imagine how much more use it would get. Imagine how many more people, from students to middle-aged people to seniors in our community, that it could serve if we actually had a facility there that is worthy of Palo Alto. So, while this conversation's a little awkward, and the negotiations with the school district, we are partners, and so it's awkward when we're in a situation where it's a zero-sum game to a certain extent. But I think the end result here is going to be beneficial for the community in building facilities at Coverly and at Ventura that are really worthy of Palo Alto. I support everything that is in the motion tonight. I fully realize that these are negotiations between us and the school district, and so the final agreement might not look exactly like the motion that we're making tonight, but I can very comfortably defend any of these clauses. So I have no problem supporting everything in the motion, and I do want to reiterate that this is really the first step, and I am looking forward to working closely together with the school district on creating a future vision for Coverly. We need to get past the renewal of the contract first before we can really do that. So I'm looking forward to putting this aside and really coming up with a really awesome vision, and using a lot of the work that the Coverly Community Committee worked on, so that we can create facilities at Coverly and at Ventura that are worthy of Palo Alto.
Councilmember Burt.
Okay. First, in the context of the history of the covenant, in addition to the changing landscape that in '89 there actually was a risk that the school district would consider selling Coverly, that risk doesn't exist today. But on top of that, I didn't see in the staff report, and it was in prior staff reports, I believe it was in '91, the state passed, or thereabouts, the state passed a law that greatly restricted districts' prerogative in selling off surplus land, which didn't exist in '89. So that aspect of it went away within a couple of years, even while the district still might have considered selling land in the 1990s, perhaps, or the early 90s. But setting that aside, I also want to touch on one thing. Councilmember Klein was talking about the concern over residents of Palo Alto who are not in the PAUSD. It made me think that we also have been, throughout this entire time, having the city of Palo Alto subsidize PAUSD, and a much larger portion of the students of PAUSD who are benefiting from that subsidy are either Los Altos Hills residents or Stanford residents. And so the city's been subsidizing those students as well. And that's part of the reality of what's been going on. I do agree more with Councilmember Berman on the issue that it may be in pure dollars a zero-sum game, but to the extent that the dollars are reinvested in the physical structures at Coverly, predominantly on, we'll have both our 8 acres and the school's acreage, but to the extent they're on the school's acreage, we're investing in the long-term value of an asset that would be owned by the school district. So that is not purely zero-sum. I also want to point out that when we look at future needs for school-age children, and Councilmember Klein touched on this with Ventura, to whatever degree we have a growth in school-age children, we will have approximately a proportionate growth in preschool children. And so the need for childcare is just going to go in a pretty linear basis, and that is a child need in the community, which we as a city and the school district should both care about. So then when I look at the issue of the timing of this negotiation, I do share Councilmember Scharf's concern that with the superintendent leaving, this thing could get stalled out. It's already been pretty stalled. I was asking myself, so what's changed in the last two to 3 years since we began this process? Well, one thing is Foothill College's proposal went away because 3 years ago the district said they were going to need all that land for high school, all 35 acres as I recall. So that has changed. That's no longer the district's position. The district also bought 525 San Antonio, which wasn't going to happen, and then the council said, well, if they weren't going to, maybe the council would need to, and then the district stepped forward. We've also what's happened in the last 2 years is not only has the city had improving financial circumstances, and we're devoting those resources toward the things we talked about tonight and our infrastructure investment, but when I looked at the school district's budget, approximately this year for 2013-14, they are about $10 million a year higher in revenue than the projection they made 2 years ago on an annualized basis. And so as Vice Mayor Niss had pointed out, the financial circumstances are not what they were back in '89. So the city manager and the superintendent have been trying to negotiate for a year and a half on this, and we really haven't gotten to a resolution, and I don't see what has changed of any significance from when we began that process in terms of what are the respective positions of the parties, and I don't see what's going to change in the coming months or year. It's just a question of getting the negotiation done. Stalling is not going to change anything, except that the school district, if they stall, will get another year's worth of the covenant not to develop. That's the only thing that I can figure out. None of this other stuff is going to change. It's going to be the same circumstances in 9-12 months as there are in 2 to 3 months. So I would like to offer one additional amendment to the motion, which is a direction to the city manager to attempt to complete the negotiation by May of 2014.
Great idea. Can you do it?
So obviously I'd be in support of that. I just was wondering if the city manager wanted to weigh in on,
Didn't say had to complete it.
May, June.
Would you say try?
Attempt to.
Well, first of all, it looks that obviously the motion is making it very explicit that the council's position is there won't be the covenant not to develop component. And I mean, my own belief is that once that is realized, then I think we have a chance to get to an agreement. And I think having a target will push us to that point. I think we need to be clear that the default thing that was spoken to briefly is we don't have a lease then in 2015. That's a lot more than $1.8 million. So, I mean, I think that there's a path to again, having a win-win moving forward. And I think that as long as the council's message is heard loud and clear that the covenant component isn't there, then I'm fine with taking a direction that certainly before the school superintendent leaves. I think that's the intent.
Yep. So I'm fine with it.
Okay, we're going to need to get a second for that.
I'll second.
I think you made the motion. I need a second from someone.
Pardon?
I need a second from someone. Greg, did you want to second Pat's motion?
I said it was okay. I was actually.
say the words once more, Pat?
It's up here on the screen.
It was direction for the city manager to attempt to have the lease agreement by May of this year.
I would second it.
Okay, Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak any further to your motion?
I'll just say
Your
briefly,
amendment.
I don't see what's going to change, and they've been hashing around this back and forth, and it's just a question of resolving it. We don't have unanswered questions that are going to get answered between now and then. It's just positions and resolving a negotiation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Niss, do you want to speak to your second?
I've supported it because it, the words, you've written complete. I don't think it is complete. I think your word was different. It was attempt to complete the lease. And I can't see anything that would not, that I wouldn't support to attempt to complete it by then. You have some, first of all, you have just a few months left on this lease. This lease has run a long time. Secondly, the school superintendent is leaving. That is very clear. And I think it would be wise to still have Superintendent Skelly in place when this is being negotiated. This is all known to him and known to the school board. And thirdly, if it doesn't get done by May, at least we have moved in that direction. And I think there's nothing like a sense of urgency to make something come to pass. It'd be nice to have it done by the time we broke for summer.
Okay, Councilmember Holman?
I don't need to speak to this amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry. I see two lights on for this amendment, and then I'll go back in order, you and then me. Councilmember Klein and then Schmid.
Well, as a negotiator from time to time, I think this is not good strategy, not good tactics, because it's a meaningless gesture. The real deadline here is December 31st, and as the city manager pointed out, our real leverage on the school district is that if we don't renew the lease, they don't get the money. All this is, I think, is sort of a useless gesture, and I don't like useless gestures in negotiations. I think it makes us look like we're bullying them. What are you going to do if the school district doesn't comply and that we don't have an agreement by May 15th? The city manager reports back, we don't have an agreement yet. And so where do you go from there? So it just seems, all it seems to me is a gesture that I don't think helps the tenor of the negotiating boardroom, the back and forth that I think we need to have in this to have a cooperative agreement reached. And sure, I'd like to see it done by May 15th. I'd like to see it done by April 15th. But saying it isn't going to make it happen, and I don't think that this will help.
Councilmember Schmid?
Yeah, just to support that. If we were in closed session telling our negotiator what to do, I think we could say, oh, go out there and be tough. But we're an open session, public session, and I certainly would be willing to say that the covenant is important, of prime importance, and if you want to offer something on the others, I'd certainly be willing to hear her. So I don't think we can impose in a public session, but rather say, we want to cooperate, let's work together. What's in our common interest?
Councilmember Scharf?
So I agree with both council members, Niss, Burt, and Klein. I'm in a cooperative mood tonight. And Schmidt. And any of you who want me to agree with you tonight, I'll agree with you too. Berman, I agree with you. I think when we look at this, I think we do need to send the right message to schools, which is we want to be cooperative. We want to negotiate this out. It's more a concern. I think by adding the word attempt to complete the lease agreement, I think that means that we want to be cooperative, that the superintendent's leaving, that we're concerned about it. And we haven't really discussed the elephant in the room, which is if we don't come to an agreement, I, for one, would not be okay with just doing a holdover lease and letting it drag beyond that. You know, if we don't, and I'm sort of hoping that if we don't get this done by May, that the city manager comes back to us and says, we haven't gotten this done by May. And so I think it's a good check-in point. That's really how I'm thinking about it, that I'm hoping you come with us and say, yes, you have an agreement, this is where we are, it's great, and we're all moving forward in the same direction. And what I don't want to have happen is that the school district thinks that at the end of the day, it's going to be just a holdover lease while we negotiate. I think we have to basically say that it's a hard deadline. And, you know, if we're very close in dotting the I's and T's, you never know. There's always a little wiggle room in life. But on the whole, this is a hard deadline. And so I think it's in everyone's interest to move this forward as quickly as possible. So I will be supporting the amendment.
Councilmember Berman?
So I wasn't going to speak to this, and then it got phrased as a kind of negative thing, and so I do want to quickly speak to it and say I'm going to support the amendment, but not in a negative way, not in an aggressive way, but more in the way that Councilmember Scharf. So I'm going to agree with Councilmember Scharf, give you a little love. You know, in regards to how you define this as, this is just an attempt to get it done before the superintendent leaves. It provides a good time for a check-in, and you know, it's not meant to be brass-knuckled negotiating tactics with the school district.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we go ahead and vote on this amendment? And the amendment passes with Councilmember Klein and Schmid voting against it. This goes back to the whole motion, and so we're going to go to Councilmember Holman.
Well, I'm glad this is coming to this point in time, and I'm glad we're making this kind of progress, taking this kind of action. The thing that does concern me, though, and this has been spoken to earlier, is the sixth item here, which is eliminating the buyback of Ventura School site, and that's a concern for me. So I'm hoping that the mayor will separate that one for voting purposes. Having to do with I've forgotten how it was worded here. Which one is it? The reconfiguration. That's how it is number 4. To allow the potential reconfiguration of the city's 8 acres within the Coverly site. That's essential. It's essential for good planning purposes. It's also essential because the 8 acres that we own now, it's a very, very, very strange configuration. The property size has got all kinds of zigs and zags and angles and jut outs to it. So I think that's essential for both purposes, from very, very practical geographic purposes or geometric purposes, but also for good planning purposes. We didn't get very far, from my perspective, in planning the site when we had the community group working. And that wasn't the sole purpose of it, but I don't think we got very far there. So I'm looking forward to having some really dynamic and professional, creative exploration of how that site might be configured going forward. It's late, so I'm not going to speak very much here, except that I'm glad we're moving forward here. I was glad that the amendment was added by Councilmember Burt, and I would ask that the mayor pull out number 6 to vote on separately.
Okay, does that mean that if I pull it out, you will be able to vote in favor of one and you will be voting no on the whole item because of the item number 6? Is that what I'm reading in your comments here?
I would be able to vote for everything but 6. So if you pull out 6, I would vote against it, but everything else I'd vote for.
Right. Okay, I'll go ahead and pull out item number 6. And so we will be taking.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
We will be taking 2 votes, but I'm going to talk first. First off, I have a question. I did notice in the newspaper that there was a comment in the newspaper that the school district is considering reopening Coverly. I have not heard that at all. So is there any declarative statement that they are looking at Coverly to reopen it right now that you know of, Mr. City Manager?
Excuse me, I didn't see the comment, and I know nothing about that. I've heard nothing about that from the school superintendent.
I had not heard it either, so I just wanted to cover that. Then also, I wanted to go through a couple of things. First, regarding the superintendent leaving, I guess I do look at this as a fluid process. And it's not that I don't value the superintendent or value our city manager, but these are agreements that they are the agents of our they are negotiating the terms of this on our behalf and on the school district's behalf. So I really don't have this need to feel like we have to wrap this up before June when the superintendent leaves, but I do understand that it could be tighter if we did that, so it might be wise for this to move forward, and so I did support the caveat to the motion to allow this to try to get completed by then. Regarding the lease term, the reason why I think that this lease term is important is that we have spent, I want to say, over 2 years on this already. We configured a process. We seated a stakeholder group. We've met numerous times. We've had a subcommittee that was a combined subcommittee with the school district and the city council. And then we spend time with our senior staff for hours. And gifting this to a city council and a school board 5 years from now, I think would be really unwise, I think. And so there's two reasons why I'm interested in seeing this longer type of a lease, this 20-year lease, for that reason, and also in order to declare some type of certainty so we can go ahead and invest funds, and that those funds can be can work to improve the site and modernize the site. Just looking at the parking lot and back, which is almost dirt right now, there really is a need for us to go in and spend time owning this as our community center. And now the school district can always do a preempt, which is why, taking off the agreement with Ventura to me is a little cursory, to tell you the truth, because if for any reason the school district needs to come back in and reopen a school, I don't feel like there will be any hesitation for them to want to identify one of these sites and say we want to go back in, even 7 years from now. But in the meantime, our staff, which spends an awful lot of time trying to figure out how to spend capital improvement dollars where the need is, instead of patching up the roof, patching up the asphalt and the pavement, patching up other parts of the school campus, can be much more strategic in either completely reinventing the way the buildings are right now, or if the community ever wanted to go any farther than that. Clearly, the 8 acres that we do independently own could then be freed up to decide how we want to use it in a much more stable and permanent way, instead of waiting and waiting. I think Councilmember Klein put it in sort of a land banking era. I think that knowing that the school, it closed 4 years after I graduated from high school is what happened. And this is a couple of generations worth of times that we could have had graduates out of there if we had the school population. So I don't think that that is an impediment. Certainly when school district needed to identify a middle school, Terman got identified and everybody transitioned to access that school site. And it worked, and it's been working beautifully as a third middle school. So one of the things I would like to explain that has changed from when I was part of the committee that would work with the committee that was working on this, the stakeholder group, is that I ran into Los Altos School Board, City Council members, and they are in a tough conversation with Bullis Charter School, which I believe is directed by the county. The county has this as a charter school. And one of the messes and pickles that they're in is that in their city planning, they hadn't really planned for community centers. And we've been gifted with Lucy Stern, and we've kind of accidentally gotten Coverly, which has since this time that Coverly's closed turned into an asset to our community that we've heard many times is very vibrant. The community loves it. They don't want to let go of the Coverly site. We want to have Coverly and a high school there at some point, so that will be very interesting to see if we can ever get that accomplished. But they don't want to let go of that elementary school site, which they are using as their only community center. So they were asking me a lot about Coverly and what was going on with it, and I didn't realize how impactful that was. Now, I do know that we have part of our city boundaries do include the Los Altos School District and the Weissman School District, and so it does concern me that we don't even have one crossing guard going to either one of those schools. And I do know that kids are, leaving Palo Alto to go over to Los Altos. We don't give any attention to partnering with that portion of our school community that I know we've got commissioners that live there and speak to the fact that they cannot attend the Palo Alto schools. And so it would be ideal if there's a way we could configure the city to include all of our city to be able to go to PAUSD. I don't know if that's possible or not, but I think that would be ideal, because then we would have that one core connection with our public school district. So those are just some of the things that have been influencing me and how we could move this lease forward. I don't see anything here that we haven't talked about that should be a surprise to anybody. It's come out of the recommendation from the stakeholder groups, including canceling the covenant not to develop and taking that money and putting it back into Coverly. I think that is really the ideal way to operate at this point in time. I'm grateful that we are not in the dire straits. The other thing that has always influenced me on this, and has influenced me ever since I realized that I might be on the city council when the Coverly lease came due, was the fact that this was a rescue of the school district. And so I've listened to the stories from my friends that were part of that, and listened to Councilmember Klein and Vice Mayor Niss during that era of school district stress. And I think that, and yet at the same time, I will tell you that I think every single dollar that's been put in and transferred over to the school district is a dollar that I would never want to have not have put into the school district, because I wish that there was a way that we could put even more money in, because I do believe that is one of our most precious resources, which is a public education. And the fine job that is offered right here is one of our highest services that is so attractive to living in Palo Alto. And I expect that to continue. So with that, I think we're ready to vote, and we're going to take this in two steps. So we're going to vote on the items, except for the separation of the motion, which the clerks have already separated out. So all of the elements that we have been discussing that I don't want to repeat, except for the Ventura portion of the lease, let's go ahead and vote on the board.
Would you be clear on whether yes is no or no is yes?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes is yes.
Yes is yes. Yes means you support the elements of the motion.
We're just not voting on it.
We are not voting on Ventura right now. We are voting on all the other elements that have been made in the motion. And that passes unanimously. And then if the clerk can clear the board, we'll go ahead and vote on the, I get to read this one out, Karen. This is the motion to eliminate the buyback and repurchase option clause that allows PAUSD to repurchase Ventura. If you would like to, please go ahead and vote on this. And that passes with Councilmember Holman, Niss, I don't know, Price. You're going to have to tell me what you're doing there. And Schmid voting no. Which one are you voting, yes or no? You're voting no. Okay, so that still does carry. Nice try. It won't happen, so she has to clear it. So, and Price voting no. So that does carry into the negotiations, and I think you have a negotiating plate. So I think that's it for tonight.
I misvoted.
I'm sorry, how did you want to?
Sorry, it's okay. It's fine.
Okay, so.
It won't make any difference.
It won't make any difference.
Luckily.
Okay, so, yes. So he is going to add that to the negotiations? Yes. Yes, okay. So with that, I think this meeting is adjourned.